asking Abaribe should be in prison for not producing Nnamdi Kanu, deputy speaker. That same idiotic deputy speaker that did not allow TV people in America to speak, or the statement that they wrote to be read on the floor of the house. And you people are there answering one Nigeria. You people are there. These are the idiots who are the helm of affairs in your stupid zoological republic, in that damnable damnation that you call Nigeria. These are the morons, absolute idiots. How can you have electricity? How can you have employment in a place run by these retarded Neanderthals? I'm asking you, how can it be that somebody with conscience, a newspaper in Nigeria, is writing this rubbish? Abaribe should go to prison for not producing Nnamdi Kanu. I was in my house preparing to go to court. You came to kill me. You killed 28 people. My mom and my dad died as a result of it. My mother-in-law died as a result of it. And you people are telling me that you have conscience, that you're human beings? Is that what you're telling me? This Yogi, is that what you're telling me? You people are evil. Black people are evil, and that is why Africa is poor. God condemned Africa to poverty because black people are evil. This Yogi, you people are evil beyond evil. I'm telling you the truth. In National Assembly, in the zoo called Nigeria in Abuja, that I pray and I hope, I'm fasting that Boko Haram should go there and destroy all of you. You people are evil. Nigeria should not exist. You're asking Abaribe to go to prison. I was in my house. Preparing to go to court. You came to kill me extrajudicially. The press will not write about it. The zoo media don't talk about it because they are evil. They are black people. They are black. I stopped blaming God for the plight of black people because they have the mind of an average black person replicates that of Lucifer. That is why we are black. Very, very evil set of people. I'm telling you. Why is it that nobody, no human being in the zoo, no media house, especially Yoruba, can come out and write the truth and ask this idiot, deputy speaker of whatever useless house it is in the zoo, what were you doing with a battalion of army and police in Nnamdi Kanu's house on the 14th of September of 2017? Nobody can ask that question. That is why I have come to the conclusion that black people should not have existed. In this Shoji, they are evil. They are evil. Black people are evil. I'm telling you. Evil. Beyond evil. God should not have created black people. Black people should not have been created. They are too wicked. I'm telling you the truth. Not just wicked, but very foolish and ignorant as well. Let us go to court to determine this very case. They don't want to call the case in court. Binta Nyako is there. Call this case in court. Let our lawyers go and debate it in the open to put to bed this lie once and for all. Abaribe is in court. Abaribe went to court and defeated them in court and said the person I shot for was in his house. What were you doing in his house? Killing people. They ran away from court. And this idiot, this monkey, this Fulani, this fool has the guts to mention Abaribe's name. And all of you are reading it. All of you are reading it. As if you're fools. God should destroy black people. Black people are evil. That is why everywhere you go to around the world, they treat you as slaves because in your mind, in the mind of a black person, you are satanic. That was what God saw and cursed black people. Your wickedness is your undoing. I was in my house preparing to go to court. And as I'm saying, Sonto and all the rest of them, I want you to release and tag the deputy speaker of animals. If not for a white man, if not for the British, will I be in the same country with these animals? I'm asking you. I can never be. I can never be. These are animals. I have nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing to do with these idiots. Idiots from the Sahel, idiots from the foothills of the mountain of vultures in Futajalon. I will have nothing to do with them. These are savages from the pits of hell. These are animal, wild beasts, as you can see all over the place. These are the people that you call your fellow citizens in the zoo called Nigeria. Let us go to court to debate the issue of IPOB proscription and tagging of terrorism. They are running from their own court. A newspaper in Nigeria will get up and be writing junk proscribed when we are the ones begging them, come to court, let us debate this. They are the ones running. Everybody went to court and defeated them in court. Yet the idiot is opening his stupid, stinking, full mouth to be talking rubbish in Abuja, and papers are carrying it. He said he is the speaker, deputy speaker of the House, Idris Wasi. If not for Queen Elizabeth and Britain, will I know who you are? These Fulani idiots, you contribute nothing to the economy. The other day, we saw a young boy from Abia build a transformer, build an electrical system. A little boy, he didn't go to university because we are born as scientists from our mother's womb. We are blessed people. A white man put all of us together in this nonsense called Nigeria. In this nonsense where that produce idiots like Obasanjo. Idiots like Obasanjo. Oh, God in heaven. As ugly as his mind is, as devilish as his mind is, they can never speak the truth. Never, ever will they speak the truth. And that is why black people will continue to suffer all over the world until the restoration of Biafra. Only Biafra can save black people. Anywhere you go, blacks are suffering, they're killing them, be it in Papua New Guinea, be it in USA. Everywhere you go, we are at the bottom. Nobody is asking himself, why is it that black people are always at the bottom of things? Why? Because you are evil. You black people, you are satanic. Your wickedness is second to none. That was what God saw. God looks into, go and read your Bible, your so-called Bible. God looks into the hearts of men and decide to bless any race according to their conscience of understanding of the universe and the word of God. God saw the heart of a white man, that though white people are a bit funny because they're humans, of course, he said that these people, out of everything I have created, Western Europe are those who are closest to honesty. That's why they have all the grace. If you don't know, let me tell you that the world, imagine a world ruled by black people from Africa. What do you think will happen? Anything that comes outside will be slaughtered. The head will be cut off immediately. We are savages now. Black people are savages of the worst kind. That was why God gave white people the grace, the Caucasian race. The black race was created before Homo sapiens, before Homo erectus, and then the Neanderthals. Black people started talking before white people, Caucasians, started to speak, to formulate word and language. But God looked at the wickedness of a black man and said, no, these people are evil. For that, I am going to curse them and I'm going to punish them. That is why, without exception, be it the Aborigines in Australia, everywhere you go around the world, dark-skinned people, black people are suffering. Because we are wicked. When you have the likes of Obasanjo, when you have the likes of people that claim they went to school, they see the truth and they turn that truth upside down. What do you expect God to do? All of you were there. Nobody, not even comments, are asking them. But Nnamdi Kanu was in his house when you came on the 14th of September to kill him. Which court gave you the order to go to his house to kill him? They can never answer. Mad, stupid people produce. And let me tell you something. There is a Chinese missile that is out of control in space. A stray Chinese missile raises terror as it is expected to fall back to the ground between the next Saturday, from tomorrow until Monday. And the location where it's going to fall, nobody knows. I have been fasting and praying to God to let this missile fall on Asorok. There is a rogue Chinese missile that went crazy. It has lost control and is falling back to Earth. The Earth's gravitational forces is pulling it down to Earth. And I am praying to God, and everybody should pray and fast that this out of control Chinese missile should fall on Asorok. Some of you don't know that black people are condemned by God himself. Another condemnation is the presence of Fulani Janjaweed in your lives. Everything I tell you is the truth. By the time you realize what Britain did to you by putting you and Fulani people together to be too late. Because all of you, most of you will be in your graves. By then, they would have killed all of you. Those people talk about the world about genocide and pogrom and whatever, the Nazi and all the rest of them. I am telling you that Fulani is worse than than Hitler's Nazi party. Fulani is worse than Hitler. You see some of them, they come out and they try to speak English. Hey, he said this thing, that's how the trouble started in Rwanda. In all this was rubbish. Fulani is evil, beyond evil. By the time all of you zoo morons realize it, it will be very, very late. Very, very late. Out of control Chinese missile in the sky, please fall on Asarok. We are begging you. Fall on that very place, so that Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad will understand what he has done to himself. I believe in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a burn for a burn, a life for a life. That was how we got to where we are today. That's a quote by Jenny Han, which I tweeted this very morning. The Fulani have taken over the political terrain of Nigeria. They have run the economy to the ground that now they are printing money every blessed day. You people, you don't know what you're in for. By the time Fulani is done with you, in your next life, if you have not la or ni, you disappear. I'm telling you the truth. They are now printing money. They have destroyed the economy. And when you speak, they arrest you as they try to arrest Fadam Baka. There was something Fadam Baka said that is very, very pivotal that people don't understand. The first 24 hours of anybody being kidnapped is very, very critical. Fadam Baka opened his mouth and said, if not for what people in Enugu did when he was declared missing, that he doesn't know what would have become of him. Our problem is, you see, DSS, we must eliminate them. Army, we must eliminate them. Police, we must eliminate them in our land. We have vigilantes, we have people everywhere. We can guard our own land. Before the white man came, we had no police, we had no army. There was no war. Nobody was stealing anybody's goods. We are the only people in the history of man that had no army, no police. Everybody behaved themselves. Are you following me? We don't need DSS in our land. We don't need the army. If you allow them, they'll keep kidnapping people. They keep abducting people. They'll keep taking our students. That is something you don't understand. Anyway, let me stop complaining, because we are, after all, we are black. Reasoning is not one of our strongest points, is it really? This UG. Biafra land is going to be free from terrorism. And I'm asking whoever is the commandant of the barracks near Lopa, where you're holding those students, you must release them and let no harm come to them. Let no harm come to them. Abaribe stood shorty to court and defeated the Nigerian government. Gave them simple facts and figures. I stood shorty for Nnamdi Kanu, yes. But what were you doing in his house, killing people? They all ran away from the court. Yet a whole deputy speaker has the guts to come up to be talking rubbish. And you're telling me that black people are normal. They are not. Our lines are now open, please. Our lines are now open. You know the number to call. Please try and republish. Mesoman Co. Try and republish the number for people to call, please. We are going to get us on Signal this very morning. And you're also going to be able to get us on WhatsApp as well. Signal and WhatsApp. People are calling already. If you call us now, we are going to take your call. I have a caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please.
Hello, Mazi.
Yes, please. Your name and where you're calling from? Good morning.
My name is MNK.
And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Indonesia.
Indonesia, go ahead, please. Very briefly, go ahead. 1 minute, please. 1 minute, go ahead.
Yeah. Mazi, there is something I want to talk about. Please, don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me, please.
I'll try not to.
This thing has been eating me. Whenever I even listening to you, I'm not only listening to your words, but I'm listening to your anger. And that anger himself, that anger you are feeling, I feel it times 100 in me about those governors. Look, they are killing our boys. They are killing our men. And when they finish killing those able men, who will be there to defend our land again? They are helping the Fulani, and they are foolish. Those people, they are blind. So we need to teach one of them a lesson. I don't know what we need to, even though 10 people, sacrifice 10 people for one person head, it's okay.
Yes, I'm listening. We're all listening. What you're saying is correct.
Even though sacrifice even 5-10 people in one person, like that whole post of the man, he's just claiming, he's just feeling pompous that he can do anything he wants, So let us do something on this man, or let us do something on them, because our people are dying. People are dying. Look at, there is my brother from this thing sent me a message, say that there is one trailer brought Fulani,
yes,
and all of them drop Fulani between that what did he call it? Roundabout Enugu to Aba or what? I've not been there before. He said they dropped all of them around inside bush.
Of course, yes. Yes, of course.
He said they dropped all of them inside bush.
Yes.
So those people, and they are recruiting Fulanis in the north. In the north, they're recruiting them.
Abuja is about to fall. They're entering into. You didn't read the headline? Abuja school shut down as truckload of bandits arrive in border town. God is going to destroy the zoo in such a way, as I told them. If you have not gotten anywhere, you're in Indonesia. If you have not gotten your Somalia passport, please, visa, you might as well go and apply now. Because as I told them, anyway, in fact, the zoo Somalia is even better than Nigeria. Go and check the index now. Go and check the index. Go and check it now. Is Somalia not better than the zoo? It is better than the zoo.
I'm telling you.
Well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my dear brother, for calling. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. The caller on the line, can you hear me? I have a caller on the line. Please, your name and where you're calling from, if you may.
Hi, Mazi, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Ezenwozoko. I am from Enugu State. I'm calling you from Germany, sir.
From Germany, please go ahead. We're listening.
Thank you very much, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, you don't know how happy you have made me this morning for picking this very call. It has been a long time. But that is not what I am going to say here. For the first time you are picking this call, I want to appreciate you for being who you are today, teaching us to know what consistency means, and teaching us to know our left, our right from our left. What I am here to suggest is this. You have done, I think, right now what I'm just suggesting. You have done the 95% of the work needed to restore Biafra. And our people know. Everybody know. And our people have gotten this very message right. I want to suggest to you that I know very well that you knew that we here in diaspora, we are in millions. You are aware and you know. And you know that we got your back. So what I am saying in essence is this. If these governors who are ruling us don't want us to be free, or if they think that they have those who they buy with their money to come out and stay in the sun to vote for them, everybody know that they bought all those people. If they think that they are having more people than you control, than we the people want to be free on our own, then let us allow referendum date. Let them come out openly and settle this. Or if they refuse to settle this, I think everybody is hearing what I'm saying, and you have been saying this. We are not answerable to them. They are not our leader. We don't know them. These people are imposed on us. They are imposed on us. We did not vote them. I am saying this now. I know you have been saying this. But what I am saying here is this. Let them allow us to decide where we belong or where we want to belong. They are not our fathers. God did not create them and name them our governor. It was Funanis. It is their plan to keep us down, keep us bringing our goods from Lagos to Anambra, from Lagos to Enugu. Somebody who imports container from Germany here will rescue it only in Lagos.
Very sad.
Thank you, sir. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you, my dear brother. And everything you have said has been taken on board and will be acted upon as quickly as possible. I have a caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello, Mazi. Good morning.
Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Samuel Walker. I'm calling from Germany.
From Germany again. Please go ahead. We are listening. The world is listening to you. Go ahead.
Yes, Mazi, because please, I don't know how it is. We are going to, I think Biafran land, ESN need to come to the border. The time is getting, these people are stopping and they bringing the weed into our land and they be killing us. This border, see how we need to be bombing that their trailers. That anything they come to Biafran land, we need to destroy it. So please, I don't know how it is. It's taking a long time. I know you are trying everything and do everything possible. But by now, I think we are going to secure our borders. It's getting too late.
What you're saying is correct, and we are doing everything we can to make that possible. And we are also speaking to our partners, I'm not going to name the place, to make sure that our borders are tightened up. And I must be very frank, you know me, I'm a very frank person. I like what our Yoruba brothers and sisters have been doing so far, but they are not moving fast enough. They are not moving fast enough. I believe that any day our people, our brethren, our brothers and sisters in the Oduduwa Republic agitation movement begin to do 10% of what we are doing right now, the zoo is gone. You understand? Because what we need to do is to open a front also in the West. They must understand this very, very critically. This zoo army cannot be stressed in 3 dimensions. It's not possible. It is not possible. They should stop listening to their old idiots like Obasanjo and Tinubu and rise up unless they want to remain slaves forever and ever. They must do what we are doing. What ESN is doing in the East, there has to be a group that will do something in the West. And the zoo is gone.
Yes.
And then we'll go to our borders and defend it. And if the Middle Belt want to be part of what we are doing, they should also raise their men as well to come out and do it. If Fulani slaps you on one cheek, you turn the other side, he will cut off your head. He will not even slap you, he will behead you. That's something that these people must understand.
Old mentality. We don't have that mentality anymore. Bible teaches us turn New Testament.
You cannot turn the other cheek. The problem we are having right now, is that my Oduduwa brethren, they are very, very slow. They are too slow. You don't wait for everybody to come at the same time. Those who are more radical, those who are more militant, you go into the bush immediately and begin to harass these people. That's how the whole thing comes to an end. You will see that Fulani will capitulate overnight. If you keep listening, 2023 is our turn, insecurity. Fulani will kill all of you before you know it. Because many more fighters are coming in from the Sahel. Thank you very much for that. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
Yes, good morning, Mazi. I know you of Biafra land again. I greet you, Biafrans all over the world. My name is Onyedikachi Ejase. I am from Orumba province, Biafra land. And I lived in Germany for 7 years, 8 months now in Switzerland. Suffering everywhere in the world. Mazi, let me not take your time. Mazi, it is time for we to block our exit, all our exit for these people to come into Biafra. We'll block all this our exit. It is time for full blown war. Let us do this thing once and for all, Mazi. We are dying every day. The more time we are wasting, more time these people are planning, bringing new strategies. Mazi, we have men. Mazi, men are ready to burn this wood now, Mazi. If we apply for complete remote, we can't have these people sucking our oil and use the same our money for our oil to fight us in our land. Mazi, because may God bless you, Mazi.
And bless you too. Thank you very much. We are going to do all we can to stop it. You know that Obama's advisor is the lead consultant for Fulani Caliphate in Washington, D.C. His name is David Axelrod. He used to work for Obama. In other words, Obama is in support of the Fulani mayhem and carnage going on in the zoo because he is an Islamic extremist. Obama is an Islamic extremist. If not, he would not have allowed David Axelrod, his trusted close advisor, to be taking money that belongs to the people of the zoo to be lobbying for the Fulani Caliphate in Washington, D.C. People must understand this very, very carefully. Thank you very much, my dear brother, for your call. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you're calling from, please.
Hello. My name is Ebon. I am Yoruba.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay.
And where are you calling from? You are Yoruba, but where are you calling from?
You have from Europe.
From Europe, go ahead, please.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah. Where are you calling from? Where you are calling from. Where are you phoning us from? You're in Europe, is that correct?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
But I'm Yoruba.
You're Yoruba, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I have been trying to reach you. I listened to your last, which was 2 days ago, I think it was. I listened to your last lecture online.
Yes.
And you were able, or a couple of days ago, you were able to trace the origin of the Igbos.
Yes.
And I actually expected you to be able to trace the origin of the Fulanis. The Fulanis are from the Middle East. They are the children of Edom. They've been supported by Saudi Arabia. It's not because they have money they are giving them.
Yes.
I was enlightened by this by an Ethiopian woman. You know the Ethiopians.
Yes.
I always look at them that they are proud. They don't want to be called Africans. And in my foolishness, I was like saying maybe they have Arab root. And she corrected me. She was the one that put it in my mind to start with my research.
Yes.
She told me that it was an insult to her for me to say she has Arab roots. Arabs are the children of Edomites, not all of them. It was the Edomites that brought together, even if you read Psalm chapter 60 and Psalm chapter 83, it is there. The enemies of the Jews, the enemies of the Israelites. You look at Islam, go and look at the origin of Islam. You will know that it was the Edomites that combined all the gods, all the moon gods of the Middle East, about 350 of them, and gave it one name. If you go online, Sam Shamoun, he did a thorough explanation referring to Muslim books. Sam Shamoun, Islam is Baal worship. So the Fulanis are not Africans. They are not originally from Futajano. They are from the Middle East. They are the children of Edom. Now, I went on archive.org. I looked into the books there, and unfortunately, many of the books I should have downloaded, online books, you don't find them anymore because anywhere they are, any torturing people in their country, they cover up. They don't want the thing to go out. The thing they are doing with us now with our constitution, that nobody else is allowed to own gun, only the federal government. Now they are distributing to terrorists. I don't believe we have a government. I believe we are being ruled from Saudi Arabia. They are bringing in terrorists, and Saudi Arabia is the one that wants to Islamize us. Saudi Arabia is always behind terrorism. Not only Saudi Arabia, anyways. You have other places too. So if you would be able to tell the people about the Fulanis, they are not Africans. They are from the Middle East. They are the children of Edom. There is a book still online. I hope they won't take it off now that if I mention it. Who is Edom? Who is Esau? Edom, written by Andrew Weissman. You will know who they are. Their mission in life is to eradicate Christianity and to destroy the Jews. That is their mission in life, because they are still whining about the firstborn right. They want to eradicate the Jews and destroy Christianity and bring in one world religion, which is going to be Luciferianism. Islam is Luciferianism. This is what their mission is. They want to take off Jesus and replace him by Muhammad, take off the Bible and replace it by the Kanzaragba, which they now call Quran. It is Kanzaragba, book of incantations. You will still find some incantations in the book. Okay? And they want to replace Yahweh with Allah. Allah is the moon idol. Go look at it. Sam Shamoon. Islam is Baal worship. Thank you very much, my brother.
And thank you for your enlightenment. As you were talking, I was listening to you because I have the capacity and capability to multitask. As you were speaking very eloquently and eruditely, I was also busy trying to research some of the things that you were saying, and I can confirm categorically that some of the assertions you have brought up this very morning can be corroborated, of course, with scholarly works done by people that I have been able to look at. They have two origins, as with most people. They settled in Senegal. They are not indigenous to Africa. You are absolutely correct, 100% correct. These are the lowest of the low, the children of Lucifer that came from somewhere around the Levant. I don't call it the Middle East. I call it the Levant region because that is the proper name. They came from there. I don't know what they were running from or what was pursuing them, but they find solace at the foothills of the Futajalon where the vultures were gathered. And today they are behaving like vultures, and we must get rid of them. Thank you very much for calling us this very morning. I thank you for your call. I have another caller on the line. This caller, I don't know where you're calling us from, but give us your name and where you are, please, if you may. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Omelihu Nnamdi. My name is Omelihu Nnamdi. I'm calling from Iguacha.
From Iguacha, yes. The land of the little Hitler that thinks that he has arrived.
Yes.
Okay.
Joking.
We shall see.
Sir, in fact, I am so happy. After the zoo, when they kidnapped you, this is the first time I was talking to you after the zoo kidnapped you from Nigeria, from the zoo Republic of Nigeria.
Yes.
So we are happy, we are delighted. In fact, my family, we have been following you. Sir, God will bless you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not afraid of any person, be it man or woman. In fact, in this land today, Nigeria themselves, the zoo knew that you have really opened their eye. What you promised them that Somalia will be better than Nigeria today is in the history. We can tell anyone that Somalia is not better than Nigeria. All the zoo knew how to do is to kidnap. But kidnapping our students, I am from Abia State. Kidnapping our students cannot help the matter. Nigeria has been totally destroyed. So we are behind you. We are behind you. No enemy, no force will hinder what the Lord has destined for us. Biafra must come. My father told me something in the past. Before my father died, he told me categorically that even if he is not aligned, that we should not allow Biafra to die. He told me before he died. And then somebody now telling me that it is not achievable. Why won't we in this our generation achieve Biafra? We must surely achieve it. So any day you want to declare Biafra, I personally will stand behind you. Come what may. Just that there are some things I don't want to discuss. I'm a media director. I have my page running. Sir, we are behind you.
Thank you.
Are behind you, and there is no going back
at all.
We must achieve our. This is what God. Biafra is older than Nigeria. We must achieve it.
Older than Britain. Biafra is older than Britain itself. It's a land of the ancients.
In fact, they are tired. They are tired. They can do nothing. They cannot hinder our country. Our country has been a disease, so we must have it. It's our land. Fulani, for this gender, they cannot come and take our land. It's not possible. I cannot allow. In fact, the last time, if not for security, the last time I went home, these people came to my village. In fact, I sent some of the picture on WhatsApp the other time. Jordan, you did not follow it up. They came to our village. We know what we did to them. I may not disclose it on air, but we treated them well. We caught them in the middle of the night, around 11, 12 in the midnight. Our youth, I asked them to come out. Boys came out with their arms. And then we entered into the forest and fished them out. Even before all this Eastern Security Network, around the end of last year, we did all those things. They cannot come to my village. I'm from Bose. They cannot come and go free. We don't tolerate nonsense. We don't. So we caught them, we treated them well. And then if others can hear what we did to them, those people cannot come. I assure you. So, sir, we are with you.
Thank you.
No second.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for that. I have another caller on the line. I don't know if this caller can hear me, please. Your name and where you are.
It's me. My name is Sofia Mazi. Thank you for answering my call. God bless you, Mazi. Long life. And we are with you, Mazi, 100%. Sir, let me not take your time because I always call. You know, I know people, they don't call. They just keep quiet. Fulani is near, it's very close to Auchi, sir. From Niger to Auchi, I don't know, it's 300 naira. Somebody called me the day before yesterday. 300 naira from Niger to Auchi, 300 naira. They give the Islamists before. This time, we just colonize them, other 2 hours, all of them. Sir, please, why I call you today is that we want you to tell us. We want you to declare Biafra, sir, on her, please. Because we don't want to die for that useless flag again. We don't want our people to die for that useless flag. If we are going to start the revolution now, we will raise up our, even if we don't raise up the flag first, because we killed the useless Hitler. He said if they raise up the Biafra flag, there's somebody to come and start the DSS so that they will pay them 30,000, they will kill the person. So we will not raise the flag, sir. Sir, just let Biafra, please, so that we will close our border, all our borders, so that we will know what we are fighting for. You understand? So that our people will not go and raise that useless Nigeria flag, that blood split flag. We don't want it, sir. Please, that is my own contribution. We don't want you to just tell us. We are all of us, we are Biafra, we know everything. But we want to start. But we don't want to start for one Nigeria anymore. Because you see what happened in Lekki. The kids there when they are raising the Nigeria flag is a useless flag. Sir, please, that is my own contribution. Please, I'm not sir, you are my leader. So this is my opinion because this governor that will kill all of us, so they will just kill all of us because they are there. They are saying they are Hitler, they are the governor. So as our brother said, we can kill them. It's very easy. We will kill them. You see, when in the answers, all of them were confused. Because everybody were in the street. Even our own women, our men, they were in the street. All of them were confused. They were running around, sir. Please, we don't want to die for Nigeria flag because the zoo flag is useless. It's a killer flag, sir. Our women, they are suffering. In Libya, they are telling them. Let us fight and know what we fight for, sir. Please, that's my own contribution. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I have heard what you've said. And we shall, of course, take it on board. Thank you very, very much for that. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Good morning to you. I am trying to get you on speakerphone if they will let me. If they will let me. Yes, please. Go ahead, your name and where you're calling from.
I am calling from Imo State, Republic.
Hold on. Imo State is in Biafra land. Please go ahead. What is happening in Olu?
Yeah.
Tell us what is happening in Olu today.
Yeah, Olu since yesterday around 5:40 p.m. in evening. we have a very big challenge. It started in the morning. The zoo soldiers are patrolling from morning with their armored tankers, disturbing people's business, shooting guns everywhere without any notice.
This is Nigerian army in Olu shooting at people, patrolling. No, all the Fulefus will not hear or see it. All the Fulefus all over the world, they will not hear it. I want the British High Commissioner to understand it. I want the US Ambassador to understand this, what they're doing in Olu. Please go ahead.
They are shooting guns right from the building materials in Olu, then drop one tanker there, one armored tanker there in Banana Junction, then drop.
What is happening to your line? Oh dear me.
They are shooting at people.
Go ahead. Oh no. Oh no. Please try and come back. The caller on the line, can you hear me? I have a caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? There is this caller on signal. I don't know why I'm not saying anything from the UK, ending 2808. Can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The calls are plentiful. Very, very, it's just too much. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name, please turn down your system. If I hear my voice again, then I will cut you off. Your name and where you are, please.
My name is Nnamdi, and actually I'm calling from India.
From India, please go ahead.
Yeah, there was a day you were making a broadcast concerning about the Muslim people, but most people don't know about the Muslim people and the things they have already invented in this life.
Sorry?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, what did you say?
I said there was a day you were making a broadcast concerning about the Islam, their invention about the algebra and the ice cream.
Yes, of course, Islam, yes.
Yes. I just want to also let some people to know that the invention of helicopter the diagram was first of all found in Egypt.
I agree with you.
Yeah. And secondly, I just want to thank you so much for your good works and every other thing you're doing in our life to make sure that Biafra is restored fully as a supreme nation. And I also want to thank you so much for the life that God has already given to you, and you keep on giving you more life and more strength in whatever you are doing to make sure that the nation is being restored.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And something came up very seriously that I need to attend to, and unfortunately we are not able to continue with this broadcast this morning. Something came up that I must attend to very, very urgently. It is a very urgent situation and we must attend to it right now, immediately. Please, you must bear with me. Something came up, we're attending to it. It is a very... Again, the number is +447761 825 346. If you call us on that very line, we are going to be able to take your call. It is very, very important that you try and call us this very morning to air your views and opinions, and of course to ask very serious questions, because before I came on air, I came across a very, of course, distasteful and idiotic publication as usual. And normally I wouldn't respond to idiots, but I want to use this opportunity this very morning to respond to, should I say, to the very foolish publication by Vanguard newspaper. I would have thought that by now they would have learned their lessons, but of course not. It is the Zoological Republic. They are doing all they can to try to suppress this very glorious, noble effort we are making to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. Because this has been making the rounds, I think, since, I think yesterday or 2 days ago. a very idiotic and, should I say, I wouldn't call it malicious because it has no significant effect upon what we are doing. A very hopeless attempt by DSS to try to change that which is right into what is wrong. The only reason why I am mentioning this today is because Vanguard newspaper had the temerity to publish it. It is called Change of IPOB's Registration Status. The headline reads, Change of IPOB's Registration Status vindicates our opposition group. And they are telling our people to disassociate themselves from IPOB, which is laughable, of course. These are people working for APC, working for the Zoological Republic, a non-existent group. I don't know how the zoo can take lying and deception to this new inglorious level. A group that doesn't exist. We have searched and searched for those they claim are their spokespersons, and they do not exist. They are called the Coalition of Southeast Professionals Network in Nigeria and Diaspora, a group created by DSS. They sent one idiot to go and do a video full of lies. And somebody even had the audacity to send such nonsense to me. And to my shock, horror, and surprise, even Vanguard newspaper of all people published this junk. Brown envelope journalism taken too far. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. The idiot did a video. Those of them now recruited and working for MI5 in conjunction with DSS in the zoo. They came out to publish junk, or should I say to announce rubbish, that the status of IPOB was changed in the USA. That is what some idiots, all of these fools fathered by Fulani Janjaweed before, during, or after the war, or maybe their parents. They don't know who we are, that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why if you are in IPOB and you have any blemish, once you are of a suspicious disposition, the devil will go into you and you will leave IPOB. We don't sack you, you will run away from IPOB. And the one then saw very clean and neat, unblemished, untouchable. They have sought ways to try to diminish what we are doing. They have not succeeded. They have recruited AFP. People, they paid money to AFP through one idiot that calls himself Tijani, that works for APC and Buratai, to be writing junk, and AFP will be publishing such rubbish because they need money. That is what they're using your money to do in the zoo, to try to deceive the world about what is actually happening in the damnable Zoological Republic. But we are aware of their tricks, and we are doing all we can to counter them at every point. The disappointing thing today is that a whole Vanguard newspaper published such junk, unverified news, brown envelope journalism. That is why Nigerians are blind. That is why the animals in the zoo cannot see properly. That is why their lives are idiotic and useless to the core, because of the brand of journalism that they practice. They think they can deceive people by lying. Here, we expose your lies and we destroy it. All of you working for the zoo, under your new Nigeria, under your constitutional or whatever force measure, that rubbish, it's never ever going to work. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Because the Janjaweed are in control of your lives. You want to bring such nonsense to us? I have a few questions to ask Vanguard newspaper this morning. Because Vanguard newspaper published this junk, and I want to ask them a very simple question. Because it is through cross-examination in a court of law that you determine those who are lying and those who are telling the truth. It is very, very sad indeed that after even all these years of educational enlightenment, black people, especially in the zoo, continue to behave like the wild beasts and animals that they are. Very, very sad indeed. A journalist, you sat down in your office in Lagos, doing nothing. Somebody brought you a piece of junk with perhaps 4,850 naira in a brown envelope. and you publish such junk without even the benefit of going to ordinary Google to ask if what they're saying is correct or not. One idiot somewhere very close to a poultry in Suleja did a video and was circulating. Vanguard saw it fit to publish such rubbish through a group called CCPND that doesn't exist. People know that this very group doesn't exist, yet people are there reading and digesting what is pure rubbish. I don't know what is wrong with black people. I don't know who did this to you. How gossip and rubbish attract your attention so much. Very, very sad indeed. Out of this very junk, because if you write good things about us, we talk about it. You write bad things about us, we also talk about it. To present some semblance of balance, that the world may know who the liars and the deceivers are. Change of IPOB's registration status vindicates our position. I'm going to open the line very, very shortly. Please do bear with me. I want to deal with this very issue once and for all. A non-existent group. The journalist that wrote this rubbish for Vanguard, his name is Joseph Erunke, whatever garbage that name means. Joseph Erunke, E-R-U-N-K-E. He is writing on behalf of the Coalition of Southeast Professionals Network in Nigeria and Diaspora, a group created by DSS, the Nigeria Secret Police. They don't do anything in their useless lives. It's only to be abducting innocent people, looking for those that must have said something against their useless, idiotic, Fulani Janjaweed presidency. They cannot stop terrorists. They cannot stop the subversion and sabotage of the zoo economy, which is what they were set up to do. All they do is to be going about arresting innocent people, and they claim their intelligence agency. That's all they do. And at their spare time, all they do is to create and fabricate groups that do not exist. That is why the life of a black person is full of lies and deception. Very, very sad indeed. A group that doesn't exist. Vanguard hasn't even asked DSS, please, can you tell us who is in charge of this group? As any sensible, decent journalist will do. They will not do it. It's to sit down in their office, accept a brown envelope and start to publish rubbish. They said they're commending Buhari also on development of the region. I'm sure that some of you must have seen the news about the narrow gauge. Do you know what the narrow gauge red line is? Some of you are celebrating, saying you celebrate Amechi. From Abuja to Lagos, Lagos to Sokoto, they all use broad gauge. Some of you, I don't know the type of school that you went to. It is a thing of shame, to be honest with you. That some of you don't even know the difference between a narrow gauge and a broad gauge in railway. Very, very sad indeed. They said they're going to rehabilitate your railway. Rehabilitation, not construct a new broad gauge, but a narrow gauge, the same that Britain used to move our produce to the seaport in Iguacha before shipping it abroad. I do not know what is wrong with some of you. Honestly speaking, I have no idea what is wrong with some of you. But here we are going to educate you until you become enlightened, even if we have to do it by force. This very group that doesn't exist, created by the Nigerian government to attack IPOB and to attack the entire Biafran agenda and, of course, my good self. They said that I changed the status of IPOB in England, that I changed it, and that I put my name and that of my wife on the registration of IPOB in the United Kingdom. Something that is a blatant lie. A blatant lie. Deception. Peddled by idiots working for the zoo, hoping for a new Nigeria. They are working in collaboration with those of them who are deceivers and liars, telling you about a new Nigeria. Through Biafra agitation, you get a new Nigeria. There are mad people everywhere, lunatics everywhere. This maybe. They claim that Kanu changed the documentation of IPOB as a business organization based in London and owned by himself and the wife. Vanguard could not bother to just Google Company's House, United Kingdom. Every business registration in England is registered with Companies House in Cardiff, Wales. Every business registration. A whole Vanguard newspaper could not go to type in to find out if this stupid nonsense from DSS is true or not. They couldn't do it because they know we are growing stronger. They know we are waxing all over the world. They know that ESN has come to stay. They know that our people in the diaspora, they are funding ESN. They know, understand it very well. They want to get into your heart. They know as an Igbo man, some of you are very stupid and idiotic. Once they talk about money and business, all your antennas will rise up. Without asking them, please, can you show us proof? Where is this registration you are talking about entered into? You claim it's in England, then show us the proof. Anybody this morning can go to Companies House, UK. Go to Google, type in Companies House, UK. Search for IPOB and search for the directors of all the registered IPOB concern you have. IPOB is a community interest group. It is not a business. Nobody registered anything. Neither myself nor my wife, nobody. They said it's on the 16th of January. I challenge anybody to go. Look at how DSS, as stupid as they are, look at how they are lying like little children. Little Alabajiri children who are full of lies and they're takia. They think they can deceive people. You don't know I'm alive, you cannot deceive people. You cannot. Mbappe said, oh, you cannot, you see, rat in the house cannot steal something from somebody who is awake, only if you're sleeping. You bring all this, your stupid, idiotic lies, and you want people to believe you. A group that doesn't exist. Nobody has ever asked the question, who is the leader of the, why don't they grant live interview? I am live and direct and the whole world is listening. A fake group. Designed by DSS and given to some of you claiming you're fighting for Biafra, some of you being deceived by MI5, some of you idiots that have only power and glory and money making at heart. You are not freedom fighters and can never be. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Because as a freedom fighter, you are called to serve your people. You don't arrogate that very position to yourself. All of you using Biafra to be working for MI5, using Biafra to be working for the zoo, all of you will be disgraced comprehensively and totally. I'm telling you, and you will all die a very shameful and miserable death. All of you peddling this junk, that some of you are even so idiotic, one fool actually sent it to me. Is it true? Can't you go to Google and Google UK Companies House and go to IPOB and see those who are registered there or not, and see if the name of my wife is there or not? That is why Africa is backwards. People don't even do common research. Common research to go and find out if an allegation is true or false. Common allegation is just to be peddling it because you're very lazy mentally and physically. That's why you're poor and wretched. That's why Africa is backwards, and that's what we are fighting very, very hard to reverse. They claim that Kanu changed the documentation so that when Biafrans will hear it all about, hey, Chimo, he changed it. Oh, Unanopa, have you heard it? I will no longer contribute. All they are trying to do is to stop the funding of ESN. That's what they're looking for. If you don't, let me tell you. They know that some of you are very stupid and hopeless. Once you listen to gossip, your life, your brain will enter into overdrive. They know how to get you. Look at how Fulani Janjaweed are playing with your brain cells. So you will stop funding IPOB. The idiot that looks like somebody who hasn't been employed since graduation are saying, I have now given up. I'm no longer going to do this. I'm now going to work with a group that is working with the Nigerian government. Can you believe such rubbish? And Vanguard newspaper had the temerity to publish such junk. They are part and parcel of the problem in the zoo. The quality, or should I say lack of decent journalists in the zoo is part of the problem bedeviling that damnable zoological republic. No wonder white people see black people as natural liars and deceivers. The whole newspaper publishing not only falsehood from a group that doesn't exist, a group that do not exist, because they were formed by DSS, given to Vanguard newspaper to publish, and they have been given money to. They've given money to them. You give money to a journalist in Nigeria, they'll publish anything for you. But unfortunately for them, they never knew that I'll respond to this. But I will. All they're trying to do is to stop the funding. I maintain that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why Elohim is with us. That is why anything we say comes to pass. Because God Almighty in heaven can see the hearts of men. Once you're honorable, anything you say will come to pass. That is how you know. By these signs you shall know them. When they say something and it comes to pass, you know that you are on the right path. What is it? There's only one thing that I've said that hasn't happened yet. Of course, it happened somehow last year, where we won the full manifestation of it, which is the coming of Biafra, or the declaration of the Biafran Republic. Everything else I've said has come to pass. Hasn't it? Who have I caused that is not dead? I ask you. Apart from the hotelier, I told him that a vulture would eat his flesh. The hotel builder, you vultures will eat it. That I'm saying it live on air so you understand me. The day it will happen, I will tell you I told you so. I will make reference to this very broadcast. Vulture will eat the hotelier's body. These idiots in their pipeline security with their BBC connivance, they think they can come and deceive us again. Of course, they are lying and they are joking. We are doing our freedom fighting in a very special way, not the way that black people normally do it, because you people don't have the liver or the stomach to fight. You're looking for your daily bread. Even when you have a car, you want a bigger car. That is not freedom fighting. Gossiping cannot give you freedom or make you become like us or make you as famous as we are or make you as relevant as we are or make our people to listen to you. They can never listen to you. It's impossible because our people are reasonable enough to understand those who are fighting for them in truth and in every honesty. People ask us our secret and we'll tell them is only one thing. Biafrans only love one thing in their life, which is the truth. They themselves may not be perfect, but they want to hear the truth from you. Once you tell them the truth and they see that you're consistent, they will follow you. And that is what DSS, by creating this useless group, is trying to should I say, to frustrate. That's what they're trying to do. To make you to go off, to make you to begin to think otherwise, whereas the group doesn't exist. And the news they're peddling is falsehood, blatant falsehood. You have Google on your smartphone, on your iPad, or go and Google it and see if my wife's name is on any company in the UK, unless they have registered it on the, and if they do, of course, they will take them to court in the UK. Let them try it now. They understand that very well. Look at how they're playing with your brains, all of you. Very, very sad indeed. So I am placing a warning to the publisher, not to the editor, to the publisher of Vanguard newspaper, that such journalism is responsible for what is happening in the zoo today. They too are complicit, not just for Janjawoodism, but the quality of journalism in Nigeria is lamentable. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. Reacting to this in a statement, the coalition called on well-meaning Igbo sons and daughters to pull out of the group because they know that we are formidable. They know that IPOB is very strong. They will tell you this Igbo. They know that IPOB is everywhere. I've been holding meetings with every relevant stakeholder in the southern part of Biafra and in our coastal region. You see the effort they are making with their BBC to narrow our agitation, to make it Igbo. They know that we are everywhere. I keep holding meetings with important people, with youth groups right across the length and breadth of Biafra land, even into the so-called middle belt. They don't know this. They don't know that we are in control. They have no idea. They try to narrow it down to Igbo this, Igbo that. When that fails, they now come up with their lies. Nnamdi Kanu registered something with his wife, which is a lie. Can't you listening to this rubbish, can't you go into Google and Google something and find out? I told them that they will come with every trick in the book. And we are going to defeat all of them. Every trick in the book, they will come with it. We are going to defeat all of them. I'm telling you the truth. People are calling and we must go to them this morning because this was meant to be an interactive session. But I had to deal with the lies and the gossip and maybe they saw the pictures that was released of me. Some of them are even trying to look like me. Some of them are now keeping their beard, the lower beard. They try to maybe dye it a bit of white so it can look like my own. So they can look. People as ugly as Satan himself. They want to appear somehow decent because they have seen my photos on social media. They want to look, maybe they think if they look handsome, somehow people will start following them. If you're ugly both inside and out. I am 53 years old, but I'm sure I don't look it because Elohim can see that my heart is pure and genuine. Nobody loves their people more than I do. Nobody can love Biafrans, of course, apart from God in heaven. No human being can. Nor sacrifice what we have sacrificed to ensure that Biafra land is set free. Nobody can, they cannot do it. If you buy them one Cherokee Jeep 4x4, they capitulate, float one contract, come and guide the pipeline for me, they start falling over themselves. We are unbuyable, unbribable. I remember many years ago, I told Biafrans in the US, you will fund this struggle if you like it or not, you will fund it. You people will pay for it. That is the reason why Elohim sent you to USA. Not to go and better yourselves and your families, but to fund this for this very time that we are in. And as at the time, they have now started to respond. And that is when DSS and some idiots working for the zoo, claiming they're fighting for Biafra, is now coming out to talk rubbish. Every Sabo will be defeated and disgraced. And finally, you'll be tried and you'll be hanged. There is no escaping from this very fact. It doesn't matter what you do. Even those I don't talk to, those I don't respond to, idiots everywhere talking rubbish. When we've not even mentioned their names, they have seen ESN everywhere waxing very strong. They won't talk about it. They saw our sisters who were being raped. We've just released them. For them alone, we paid over 9 million. Nobody will talk about it. Nobody will come to IPOB and say, all this money you're spending to release people from Abuja, where are you getting it from? Nobody will ask that stupid question. Because they are idiots and they're fools. They abduct our people from Obibo, take them to Abuja, scatter them everywhere. We went to the army barracks to go and find them and to release them, take them to court and release them. We have spent over 26 million naira trying to free our people. 26 million. Tell me which other group of people has ever done that before. Both those who are not IPOB, we release everybody because all are Biafrans. You see why Chukwukika Biama love and bless us always. Because our heart is clean. Ask all those people released from detention, has any of them before been to an IPOB meeting? Most of them, no. They just set them on the streets and they took them. We released them. Paid a whole lot of money to release them. Money that belongs to IPOB family worldwide. Ask the hotelier. They give him money to run Biafra. He will be busy building hotels and hostels. That is why nobody takes him seriously. That is why nobody follows him anymore. That is why he's afraid. He thinks I will go after him. I'm not going to go after you. Elohim will kill you. You will die and vultures will eat your flesh. I can't go after you. Irrelevant. Idiots, I don't even mention their names. They'll be yapping rubbish every blessed day, including the pig in the creek, talking rubbish every blessed day. You have eaten your money and built your schools in Cotonou. So why are you bothered about freedom? You don't know that those that gave you that money, they understand you very well. How many times did they come to me? They offered me Biafra of Igbo territory alone, Southeast, and I said no. Because there are Igbo people everywhere. We are all Igbo people, if you like it or not. At the end of this very day, of course, you come to the very realization that what I'm saying is correct. I said no, I want the whole of Biafra. They gave me all their money in the world, and I said no. Not once, not twice. I said no. They ran to my parents to go and bribe my parents, and my parents said no. All you poverty-stricken idiots that think that by going into freedom fighting somehow you make money, you are mistaken. You are grossly mistaken. You don't know what you're in for. Believe you me. We are the children of light. Ihe Chineke. Umu Chineke. We answer that name for a reason. The children of the Most High. That is who we are. And that is why we are here. Our lines are open now, please. You may call us. If you call us, we will, of course, take your call. And some of you, I may even extend you the courtesy of having to return your calls. Please, one at a time, I beg of you. Some have been calling and calling and calling. Once I accept you, because of the signal, you need to be accepted. Once I accept you, then you can then call. You can call, please. Once I accept you, you can then call. I have a caller on the line, please. Give us your name and where you're calling from, and then ask me a very difficult question, please. Even if it is rumor or gossip, ask and I will answer you live and direct so that the whole world can hear.
Morning, sir. On Your Excellency, I am Evangelist Susan Akunwotuche, calling from Biafra land.
Thank you, go ahead.
Protect and keep you.
Yes, sir.
You will lead us to Biafra.
Yes,
please, my simple question is about the fasting and prayer. Some people said it has started.
No, it hasn't.
So I want
it has not started yet.
Please.
When it starts, I will announce it live on air on this glorious platform that God himself has made. I will announce it. We have not started.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I will be in Israel to announce it. And then we will start our fasting and prayers from there. Thank you very, very much. They wanted clarification. I don't know why our people sometimes do not pay attention, they do not listen. I don't understand the reason why. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Give us your name and where you're calling from, please. The caller on the line, can you hear me for the last time? Can you hear me? No. He is listening via his system. Perhaps he is joining us for the very first time and do not understand that once your call is taken, then you begin to speak. That was the reason why I had my secretary try to do not call again. If I accept your call and you do not speak immediately, then I will no longer take your call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from?
Good morning, my leader from here. My name is Pastor Jack, and I'm calling from Lagos.
Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I want to first of all appreciate you for your enormous work, and Chukwu Kerema will continue to keep you until you lead us into Biafra. So my question this morning is, sir, also Dimba, the Fulani administration in Imo State is becoming, in fact, it's not only becoming, it has become a problem to us. They are profiling our people and abducting our people. Is that not anything we are going to do to actually tell this Janjaweed slave that Imo State is Biafra land and we cannot run away from him, rather he will run away from us? And secondly, I want our people to continue to support ESN to get them more equipped. Because
we don't beg anybody to support ESN. If you don't support them, Fulani will take over your land. Why are you begging? I'm not begging anybody to support. Why should you beg anybody to support? Is this some kind of charity that we had? No, don't support ESN now, and Fulani will take over your village. As simple as that. It's not a question of begging, and why should you beg anybody to defend his father's compound? Don't beg anybody, please. Regarding the idiots, the Fulani imposed administrator of Imo State, that very fool, that original 419er, that same person that George Obiozo took to Fulani Janjaweed to make him the governor of Imo State from number 4 to number 1. Very soon he will know that Imo belongs to Biafra, not to him. He will understand that. No, he will understand it very clearly. Now they are abducting. Vanguard won't write about it. No Zoo newspaper. BBC but cannot go to investigate. No, because they are working for new colonialists. They understand what Biafra portends for the freedom of Black people, not just in Africa, but the whole world. They know it. And they are fighting tooth and nail to try to stop this unstoppable movement. Hope of them will pay very dearly. I am telling them now, they will pretend they've not heard anything. Any day will respond. You see, every manner of idiot will rise up to speak. Now they're profiling and abducting people at all the entry points into Owerri. Nobody will say anything. That is the thing about Black people, and that is why they are the lowest of the low in the whole world. because of their evil nature. When they see evil happening, they keep quiet. That was how slavery was sustained for centuries until England, of all people, said no to it by abolishing slavery. In fact, even some black people were upset that slavery was abolished. We have the mentality of such people still with us till this very day. Hope Uzodimma will pay very dearly. I'm saying it live. This damn do not call. Once we call you and you don't pick your call, that is the end of you. That is the end of you. You can no longer call. You can no, I said no WhatsApp call. It's only on Signal. No WhatsApp call, please. Only on Signal. You can only call on Signal. No WhatsApp call, only on Signal. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, sir. My name is Wisdom and I'm calling from Umuahia.
Wisdom from Umuahia, please go ahead. What is your question?
I just want to thank you for the good work you are doing and what you have been doing for us. May Chukwu Kikabiyama bless you and continue to bless you.
You see?
What you went to do the time you went to Abuja to negotiate for.
To negotiate for what?
All right, you went to for restructuring so that the seaport will be opened in all these our coastal region. But our brothers, they don't understand this. They are deeply so. Even today, they increased the fuel, the price of fuel to 212 naira. We are really suffering in this country, and they don't know that we are suffering.
People don't know they are suffering because they prefer to live in denial and stupidity. Sometimes you stop blaming those in Abuja, you stop blaming the Fulani Janjaweed, and we start to blame ourselves. How did we get to this position? That is exactly the reason why I was admonishing Vanguard newspaper and all the journalists in the zoo. They are part and parcel of they do not enlighten and educate the people as to their rights and their privileges. They should be enjoying as citizens of any country, anywhere in the world. They have failed very woefully, and that is why people are suffering. The same fuel that was at 86 naira, and the Fulani Janjaweed said Jonathan must go. It is 86 naira, it's too high. I will bring it down to 40 today. As you're saying, it is at 200 and something, 212 or thereabout. And then people are walking about as if nothing is wrong. That is the brain of a black person. That's what we're seeking to correct. That is the reason why black people are the lowest of the low. They are poor. They see something and they fail to act upon it immediately. This type of nonsense cannot happen in any white man's country. It's not possible. It can never. People will come out and protest. But in the zoo, they cannot protest. When they come out, the time we join their end side, they said, oh, IPOB has come to hijack. And we said we will not participate in the second one. Look, the second one only lasted for 45 minutes. And they ran them up because they don't have the mental toughness needed to propel a mass revolution. Only IPOB can. And they know it. I say it without apologies to them. Only IPOB can effect a revolution. No other group of people can. It's impossible. I'm not boasting that, you know, it's true. Go and try and see. That is why they are making every effort to try to subdue what we are doing by lying to everybody. Barefaced lies. And Vanguard was busy publishing such junk. Unbelievable. This UG. This person called Dan. I am going to block you. I took your call a while ago and you idiotically did not answer. The person on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are, if you may.
Good morning from here. Good afternoon from here. I'm calling from Malaysia. My name is Okafor Sadeve.
Okafor, go ahead. We are listening.
Yeah,
what's your question?
Yes, my leader. I want to ask you one simple question. When are we start the killing of all these wicked politicians in Igbo lands? When are we start of killing them? Because once we chase them out, to get Biafra will be very easy for us. Them and their family members.
I think that a time and place will be appointed by Elohim, the God Almighty. It is not left to us. I think God is going to judge them. It is not up to me to judge, because I think the good book said you should not judge anyone that ye may not be judged. I am not going to judge any of them. The same thing with terrorists. All we need to do is to present them before God, and then God will judge them. And very soon that is going to happen. God is going to judge them very soon, not us. Our job, as Putin said, is to make sure that we send them into the presence of God. All of them. They have been killing us. They are abducting us. All of them are now pretending, including BBC Igbo, all the Efulefus, all the gangs of criminals. They are pretending they cannot see what Hopus Odema is doing. Everybody's pretending, or what Wike did. You know, people, they are all pretending. Do you think I'm going to forgive and forget? You must be insane. I can never forgive nor forget. Instead, we'll all sink. Let them keep abducting. You can see DSS abducting everywhere. The day now we rise up against DSS, people will not start the story from the beginning. They cut it from the middle. Now DSS is everywhere abducting. British government, they have kept quiet. Daily Trust, they cannot report it. Everybody is quiet. Now they are going, a man and the wife was abducted in Calabar. The wife went to work in their shop yesterday. She was taken from them. Everybody is quiet. DSS abducting innocent. They cannot abduct bandits. They cannot abduct Boko Haram. They cannot abduct all those sponsoring bandits and Boko Haram in the north of the zoo. It's only in our land that you see DSA director, a Fulani man, one idiot called Haruna in Imo State, abducting people, and all of you are now keeping quiet. Any day we respond now, you see all the idiots, they will rise up. And we are going to respond very soon. Useless zoological republic. You people have not seen madness. You are going to see what is greater, or should I say worse than madness. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from, if you may.
I am Mazi Moses Keledo. I'm calling from India.
From India, please go ahead. We're listening. The world is listening, of course. Go ahead.
Yes, Mazi, I want to just make a suggestion. This suggestion is all about our brother and our uncle, Agro Rossi, who died as a child of circumstances. Because I am aware that he is not involved in the coup, and this is a man who commanded the United Nations Army for good 4 years. The coup plotters did not involve him. The Janjaweed, they planned and they killed him. So I want him to be immortalized, it's my suggestion, in the land of Biafra. And secondly, the War Museum that is in Omaya is tagged Nigerian National War Museum. That is Biafra National War Museum, where Ojukwu, everything about Biafra was, stationed. So I want all those places, I want Biafrans to take over that place. Secondly, we are earnestly expecting you in India. Thank you, Mazi. God bless you. God will continue to protect you. No evil plan of the enemy will come close to you. Until Biafra is restored.
And beyond. He said, thank you very much for that. On the first one about my great uncle, Agironsi, the only battlefield decorated general in the history of Nigeria. He is the only battlefield decorated general. The only man that earned his stripes, his rank in the battlefield. The rest are all quota, including Buratai that just left, that specialize in killing civilians. Ironsi went outside Nigeria to go and fight in the Congo, commanded the UN there admirably, and he was made a general. Not all these paper general. That is one thing they don't like about us. That is one thing. I mean, in Britain, there are good people, but always the evil ones overshadow the good people. As I said, in the main, English people are very, very tolerant, very wonderful people, unbiased. But there are, say, pockets of evil amongst them. Ironsi was decorated in the battlefield of Congo, where he fought. Tell me any Fulani Janjaweed that fought outside Nigeria before. None. It is only by killing civilians. Or during the war, when our hands were tied behind our back, food blockade, air, land, and sea blockade by Britain and Russia. They planned and connived and gave them Egyptian pilots, flying MiG aircraft belonging to Russia. Despite the fact that Nigeria was under arms embargo, they gave weapons to go on to come and fight and kill us. But our uncle made a very big mistake. He's from my clan, from my mother's village. A great, great man, no doubt. And we shall do the best we can. But he made a very big mistake. He's my uncle, but I will say it. That Victoria is my aunt, the wife. John, we went to the same school together. He was my senior at Government College Omaya. We're very close. The families are very close. The Ironsi family and the Kanu family have been very close for very many years. I love them very dearly. And I'm sure they do towards me. But my uncle made a very big mistake. The mistake he made was to promulgate a decree uniting Nigeria. He should have listened to Nzogu, what Nzogu had to say. And I think in 2 days' time, not tomorrow, I think on Sunday night, I will do a program specifically to address the issue of Fulani Janjaweedism. And there I will mention my great uncle, Aguiyi, a great man indeed. And we shall see what we can do to immortalize him. He'll be remembered. The only general you have in Nigeria, the only general, as a general, you have to earn your stripes. Those stars you have to earn them. Not in the office by writing petition and writing quota. It's our turn. They make you a general. That is why you've seen them fighting their so-called bandits. They cannot defeat them. Quota generals, that's who they are. Only Aguiyi, the only Niger. I think to an extent, what's this man's name? The one that you thought he was Brigadier Ogundikwe. Well, he wasn't a general. Only Aguiyi. And that is why thank you very much for this very brilliant question anyway. That is only the only man in the history of the Zoo military that went outside, fought a war and won, and came back as a general. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. Can you hear me? He cannot hear me. He cannot hear me. He cannot hear me. He has left. He has left. I'm sure that many more people are on the line trying the best they can to try and get in. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are, if you may.
Yes, my leader. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
My name is Vincent Okechukwu. I am calling from Casablanca, Morocco.
Casablanca in Morocco. Please go ahead. The world is listening.
Yes, my leader. History have it that when Jewish state want to restore their state, the unknown gunman kill all those who do not support in Jewish state. This is high time. I just want to make a contribution. This is high time we kill every garden shit that is not supporting ESN and IPOB in Biafra land, especially the Eastern governors and all those people, including Joey Bokwe and everybody. Those people that are talking rubbish against ESN and the IPOB must go down. We have to send them to God for judgment. That's what I want to contribute, my leader.
Thank you. I am not going to kill anybody, please. I want to make this very, very clear. I am not going to kill anybody, but my job is to ensure that we present them before God for judgment. I'm not going to judge anybody. I'm not going to execute anybody. It is for God to do all of that, not me. Thank you very much. Of course, I can understand your anger. My dear brother, I can understand your anger. We share the same anger. Look at the way the Fulanis are fighting to take over our land. And we are struggling to defend our land. And some of our people are supporting the Fulani to take over our land. Hey, very sad indeed. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please, if you may.
Good morning. This is Daniel. I'm calling from Belgium.
From Belgium. Thank you very much. The world is listening. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Onyendu, I want to thank you for all you have said this morning and for your analysis. I have been a member of this IPOB since 2013. I'm still a member. Actually, I know all what you have explained about the thing they said about...
You are very far from the microphone. Take it off speakerphone, please. Speak into your phone direct so it can come out here very well.
Sir.
Go ahead.
I said, actually, I have heard all what you have said this morning, and we know those people who are battling those lies, and we tell them that if anything happens to you, they are going to see how we are. We know their leader, and they said that their main effort is to bring IPOB down, and I have already told them that it's going to take them another 200 or more million years for them to bring IPOB down. That we are very strong, and we are strong behind you.
Whatever you want to do it. I don't have a daughter to give you or anything. But if your wife will allow, maybe you come and take my own also and join to your own. So do whatever you want to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will not take your wife to join to my own. No. I have a very, very beautiful wife. I'm not going to take yours, please. Elohim gave yours. Chico Gabama gave you your wife. And she is going to, I don't want to use the word serve before the feminists will come after me. Two of you are going to have a very fruitful and enjoyable life together. They understand. Do you think the zoo is foolish? They see me when I travel. Do you think they don't see me when I travel across international borders? Of course they know, because it's part of the information sharing protocol. Anytime I cross any border, they all know. But they also understand that should anything happen to me, all their children will be beheaded in the afternoon, 12 noon, everywhere they are in the world, the same day. The same hour, the same minute, all over the world. They know how crazy we are. Do you think they don't know? They know how crazy we are. And they won't try that rubbish. And they know it very well. They cannot try it. And they know that hell is coming. Hey, oh, come on, Abia. Hell is coming to the zoo. If you have not gotten your Somali visa, please go and apply for it, because you will need it. I assure you, you are going to need it. We are live and we are direct. Those claiming they'll bring down, do you know what is IPOB? Bring a movement of this magnitude down. Who is the bagger? You can try. Others have tried, they have failed, and they will continue to fail. The caller on the line, I have you live, and the whole world is listening. Give us your name and where you are.
Good morning,
Good morning to you.
Good morning. My name is Ifeanyi Onyedika, calling from Ghana.
From Ghana. Thank you very much. Please go ahead. We are listening.
Sir, I'm happy to get you this morning. Sir, my question is that... Sir,
what is your question?
My question this morning is about this COVID-19 that Zoom want to give our people.
Yes.
What is your advice to our people back home? Because I don't trust Nigerians to give our people the COVID-19 vaccine. So what are you going to say about this, sir? Thank you, sir.
It's a very good question. What I have to say is that I leave that to the judgment of our people, but I'm not going to take it myself. I will not take it myself. When it comes to matters of personal health and people's life, how they lead it, it is not for us to tell them what to do. I will not take it. As somebody quite rightly asked, how come during the palliative time at the height of COVID-19 lockdown, you couldn't give people the palliative that they need? Now you're giving them vaccine. It doesn't make sense to me. Makes no sense. So I'm advising them. I'm not going to take it myself. The people can advise themselves on what to do. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Chinedu. Chinedu. I'm calling from Cambodia.
From Cambodia. We are everywhere. That is what drives our enemies mad, that IPOB is everywhere, all over the world. Unbelievable. Please go ahead. We are listening. In Cambodia, or from Cambodia, I should say.
Mazi, I want to thank you for your efforts, what you have been doing for us. May Kabiama bless you.
You say, and bless you too.
Mazi, my question, I just want to ask you a question so that you can ask the zoo. My question is the question that I have for the zoo. I want you to ask the zoo people, because they don't learn. Ask them where their first lady when their president took his own vaccination, because I saw other presidents taking their vaccination with their first lady beside them. So I don't know where went the woman, or does it mean that the Osibanjo is the new wife? I don't know, as they presented. So ask them that question. I let them answer you. So that is not one question. The truth is that the zoo they lack knowledge. Because why they say that they lack knowledge is that the money they are spending is in bribing the world leaders and the world media are enough for them to take care of the agitation that we are clamoring for.
Yes.
Because if they are using all those money to fix our roads, our railway, our seaport, and all those things, I don't think that would be need for Biafra. But they lack knowledge. They are still spending money. They are still giving them money. They should have said that they have failed. Their money will finish, and yet they will not achieve anything. So what is happening now is that, in our Igbo language, they say that when two people finish fighting, you will be hearing, yes.
Touch me, let me touch you. So touch me, let me touch you.
Touch me, let me touch you.
Because both of them are tired.
Yes. Happening now.
Yes.
So all these things you see them doing is just touch me, let me touch you. They have failed. They know that they have failed woefully. So now what I know that our able God will disgrace them. All these our Igbo leaders and all those governors that have, they know they have failed. They cannot do anything. So my prayer for them is that they will reap what they sow. Okada will reward them. So we don't need to kill them. We don't need to hunt them. Okada will hunt them. God will judge them just like
God said. Will judge them, not me. I won't judge them. We present them before God, and God will pass judgment on them.
So that's my contribution, my leader. May God bless you.
And you too. Thank you very much. And I want to ask all the zoo people listening, or the zoo animals that are listening this morning, from wherever they may be, where is your so-called first lady? Where is she? People who cannot reason nor think properly. Nigerians, where is your so-called first lady? Where is she? Have you seen, I tweeted last night, somebody kindly compiled, and I think that's what we need to do for the coming week. People should go and compile 16 pictures of the different Buharis that they have given to them to say is their president. So I tweeted it yesterday, and I asked the question. So is number 8 on that picture? If you go to my Twitter handle, you will see that I tweeted 16 photographs of the person they claim is Buhari, and I asked them, is number 8 also Buhari? I don't know why. Anyway, I don't want to go mad trying to understand how idiotic black people are sometimes. But where is Aisha anyway? She's nowhere to be found. She's in Dubai having fun. Dubai, built by other people, built by Arabs, people that suffer, people that love their country. They built Dubai. UAE made it great. All you can do as a useless nigger is to run there and go and be enjoying without shame. That's where Aisha is. Is Dubai now the new Nigeria? Of course, who knows, it may be. After all, Kempinski Hotel in Dubai is owned by Atiku. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
I'm calling from Sapele, Delta State.
From Sapele? Sapele
yes,
is in Biafra land. Please go ahead. We're listening.
My question that I want to ask is that there are some issues in Ondo State. When Biafra comes, will they join?
Yes, we are going to hold a referendum across the board. Everybody who identifies as a Biafran, anywhere the women tie 2-piece wrapper, we are going to conduct a referendum and they decide where they wish to belong. We are not going to coerce nor force anybody to join us. Our people in Ondo, we don't recognize all those stupid boundaries. I don't recognize the boundaries drawn by Britain, given to me, I'm calling it Nigeria. In the same vein that I do not believe nor subscribe to the boundaries drawn up by Fulani Janjaweed via their Boundary Adjustment Commission, carving our people into different states. Ondo is a Yoruba state, and I want it to remain so. But there are my Ijaw brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers who are in Ondo, and they shouldn't be there. The same way that there are some of our people who are in Kogi and also in Benue. They are coming with us. We're not going to leave anyone behind. I cannot be championing and campaigning for Igbo people in Benue to be part of Biafra, and then I will leave Ijaw people in Ondo to be part of Oduduwa. It's not going to happen. We'll negotiate, we'll discuss with our Oduduwa brothers and sisters, our brethren from that part of the world, and say to them, these are our people. Let's go and ask them where they wish to belong. As simple as that. Listen, our quest for Biafra is a democratic type of Biafra, where the people will have to willingly agree to join Biafra or not to join Biafra. So we go to Ondo and we ask them, do you want to be part of Biafra or not? Then they say yes or no. If they, of course, they will say yes. And they will come back home where they belong. That is what the Fulanis did. There is a program I'm going to do. Anybody, if you go and buy data, go and do whatever you can. Go and buy a battery for your radio and listen to the broadcast I'm going to make on Sunday by the grace of the Most High. People will be shocked that Muslims are even a minority in Nigeria. Muslims are a minority in Nigeria. The majority of people living in the north are not Fulani or Hausa either. I'm going to shock with revelation, facts and figures from British census many, many years ago. We allow Fulani people to be drawing boundary for us, telling us who should be our brother and who shouldn't be, who should be our neighbor or who shouldn't be. That's something they did. They came to Imo State, they cut on Haji Ebema into two. Half is now Niger Delta, rivers. The other half is in Igbo. All that nonsense must come to an end. They are coming with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. All at once your mother ties to. They asked me, where is the boundary? As I told you, my mother, where is the boundary of Biafra? How many piece wrapper does your mother tie? As simple as that. We are the only people that tie two-piece wrapper all over the whole world. Wherever you see our women, they are unique, you will know. If we are not related by blood, why would they be tying two-piece wrapper all the way from Igodo to Bakassi? The caller on the line, can you hear me? I have a caller on the line. Can you hear me?
Hello.
No, he is wasting too much time. If you're calling us, you need to be agile. Don't behave like a zoo person. Here we are agile because we are Biafrans. Be agile. Once we pick your call, you start speaking immediately. If you do not speak, your call will be terminated. That is who we are, and that is the way we roll. If you do not understand that, then there is a very big problem. We are live and direct this morning, and the whole world is listening. Too many calls are coming in, and of course, jamming the line as always. We even prefer it that way. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? And you speak immediately your name and where you are, if you may. The caller on the line, is reconnecting. They say it's reconnecting. I don't know. It is not from this end. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, please. Your name and where you are, please. Can you hear me? No, they have wasted time. I don't believe that these are Biafrans, to be honest with you, because we don't. Once I pick your call, you start speaking immediately. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hey, Mazi, good morning.
Good morning to you, my dear sister or mother, depending on your age. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Nwada Ihechuku. I am calling from Caribbean.
Which part of the Caribbean? Are you in Jamaica? Are you in Barbados?
I am calling from St. Lucia.
From St. Lucia, thank you very much. Nwada, we are listening. So in which case, you're my sister. Please go ahead, we are listening. What do you have to say?
Yes. Okay, my question, what I'm saying is that the problem we have with our Igbo governors is not only all of them, they are all doing the same thing. All of them are doing the same thing to us. So what we are doing, we asking God to judge all of them, not only Hope Uzodimma, if you understand what I'm saying.
Of course I do. They are all in it together. They are all in it together. You are calling from St. Lucia. Do we have of course we have IPOB family in St. Lucia, is that correct?
We have IPOB in Jamaica.
In Jamaica.
And Trinidad, we are all together.
All together. We have presence in Jamaica. How about you're calling from St. Lucia, is that correct?
Yes, remember it's an island, so we are not many here. So, but all the islands.
It doesn't matter how many you are. All of you must have an IPOB family in St. Lucia. Even if it is yourself, your husband, your boyfriend, whoever, your child, you must start IPOB family in St. Lucia. And I want it to be independent of the rest of them. I know we have significant presence in the whole of the Caribbean, but I want a family in St. Lucia. And thank you very much for calling.
Mazi, I'm not married. I'm a nun. So we are the sisters.
You're a sister. Your people are the people praying for us 24 hours a day. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, and we are following everything. We're following everything.
Thank you very much, my dear sister, because what people don't understand is this. In every country doing well around the world, there are those praying 24 hours a day for them. Their job is just to pray. Nothing more, nothing less. That is what I want people to understand. So all our sisters, all our nuns praying for us, may Chukwu bless each and every one of you. And your prayers are working. I want you to understand that your prayers are working. All our sisters, those in the USA, those in Brazil, and now some of you in the Caribbean. I'm not sure I've spoken to any nun before, any sister from the Caribbean, but I've spoken to those of them from
Yes, I've been calling you before.
You've been calling me before? Thank you very much for that. I can recall those in Brazil and those in the USA. And I thank you very much for calling and continue to pray for us. Continue to pray for the restoration of Biafra. And may Elohim guide, protect, and keep you now and always. Thank you very, very much. Our sister, a reverend sister who is praying for us. There are many of them all over the place, scattered all over the world, praying every blessed day. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
Yeah, Mazi, good morning.
Good morning to you,
Mazi,
please.
Good morning. I'm Nicholas Onunko from Germany.
From Germany. Please go ahead.
Yeah. My question is, does it mean that our president, because I don't want to call him Buhari because he's not Buhari, does it mean that we now selected somebody that is deaf and dumb as a president who cannot speak to the country, to the people that is leading?
Yes, because there is no president there, as you said. There is nobody there. What you have, if you look at the drift, both in terms of policy and in terms of implementation of those policies, you will see that there are many people who are in charge in Asarok, of which the coordinator is Ibrahim Gambari. There is no president in Nigeria. Everybody knows that. That is why he cannot speak. That is why he doesn't address, he can no longer have any chat with the press. That is why Nigeria is adrift. That is why you have so much insecurity, because nobody is in charge. What they have done is to try to use the vacuum created by the death of Buhari to try to advance an unbridled Fulani Janjaweed agenda of conquest and subjugation, which we are the first people to mount any credible resistance. From the beginning, only IPOB resisted them. And we are resisting until tomorrow. We will continue to resist them until tomorrow morning. What I'm trying to say to you, in effect, is there is no Buhari. I have staked everything on it. I have staked that idiot they call Tijani, saying they're working for AFP. Very soon we shall meet him in court, because I want to prove to the world that Buhari is dead. Buhari is dead, long time ago, dead and buried, and they're deceiving everybody. The reason why the Nigerian media don't want to talk about it is because they are hoping that Tinubu will go in. That's all. So they'll start enjoying again. Please go ahead.
Yeah, because I could remember that first time he went to London for treatment. He spent 3 months. Somebody that was coming out of the flight, Breeze was even carrying him. They were supporting him, and all of a sudden, we have a Buhari that have never even fallen sick again.
That tells you. They tell it is money. You know, we black people, we are very funny the way we reason. This UG, may God have mercy upon us. They say it's money. He has got money. And I'm saying that this little boy you have now in Asarok is younger than Bill Gates. He looks younger than Bill Gates. Bill Gates is one of the richest men in the world. He wants to live forever, to kill everybody else and live forever. Why can't he use that same money? George Soros, that broke the Bank of England. He was the man that bet against the pound leaving the ERM. That was in 1992, if I'm not mistaken. He broke the bank. He made £5 billion profit betting against the pound to leave the ERM. He is one of the richest men in the world. He has more money than Nigeria put together. He will loan money to Nigeria. Why is he not as young as Buhari, or avail himself of the same treatment that made Buhari to look so young? I don't know what is wrong with the brain of this Yogi. Black people, I don't know what is wrong with our brain that we cannot reason properly. Buhari is dead. Buhari is that long time ago.
Actually, Nigerians, we have a lot of learned illiterates in Nigeria. They are all learned, but they are illiterates. I'm sorry to say it, as if they have never seen the four walls of a school before.
Very, very sad indeed. But it's not just that. Let me ask you, or let us ponder this very conundrum. Do you know Japan that is doing very well? You see Japan that is doing very, very well today.
Yes.
Most of the Japanese scientists read and studied in America. They went back to Japan, they replicated what they learned in America. And other Southeast Asian countries emulated what Japan did, and today they are all growing and doing very, very well. Now, you hear our people tell you, oh, I went to Yale, I went to Harvard, I went to Cambridge, I went to Oxford. But your mates that went to the same school as you did, look at their countries. But look at the zoo, where you claim you're learned. As you said, what we have are learned illiterates.
Illiterates, yeah, honestly.
I met somebody from Liberia in London many years ago, in England, many years ago. We were in a restaurant in the evening eating, myself and my friends. And he came there and we were all introducing ourselves. And he said to us, I remember very vividly, he said, or very clearly, I should say, anytime I meet any black person and you introduce yourself as a professor, I will slap you regardless of where you are. And I asked him why. He said he doesn't care if he goes to jail. He said anybody in this place now we are eating, if you say if you're a black person and you say you're a professor, I will come and I will slap you. And I asked him why. He said that we blacks have not grown to the stage of having a professor because those we had in the past were all useless. They did nothing.
Exactly.
You studied, look at Obasanjo. Obasanjo did engineering. But ask Obasanjo now to build one bridge linking his farm to the next village. He cannot build it. He's an engineer in the military, eating money and serving neo-colonial interests. Very, very sad indeed. Thank you very much for your insightful call. Thank you very, very much, our dear brother. From Germany, our lines are open. A lot of people are sending in their requests, and we are accepting them. Once I accept your request, now you can call. If I accept your request, now you can place a call, please. Our lines are up. Too many calls are coming in as always and jamming up the lines. We only have one line today with which to work with, and then you are free to try and call us. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. I can hear you very well. Please, your name and where you are.
I'm calling from Manchester.
From Manchester in England. Please go ahead.
United Kingdom. Yes, sir. Sir, I just want to bless you for what you are doing for our people. We are very grateful. You are the reason now that the Igbo man can be able to speak. And at this moment, I just want to ask you this question. Since these people have been adopting our people, mostly our young men in Igbo land, what are you going to do to stop these people from adopting them? Because when the war comes, we will not have our young men with us anymore because they must have been adopted secretly by this Nigerian military. And another thing I want to tell you is that you should never be discouraged. We know how hard it is to fight for a black man. I want to assure you that this same thing that is happening to you now happened to Moses when he was trying to take the children of Israel out of Egypt. Some people refused to go with him. Some people refused. Some said they prefer to stay back. So definitely what the governors are doing and those who are benefiting from the corruption of Nigerian government. So they are the ones who don't want us to have our freedom. Yesterday, I was lucky to I met a man where I work, an elderly man about 90 years. I asked him about the Biafran war. He told me everything about it. So I now told him that, do you know that there's our youth now, they are fighting back, they are agitating back for our freedom. He said, yes, we should never give up, that we should continue, that definitely we will have Biafra. That he told me that during the war, why we lost the war was because of the starvation, because of the hunger the Nigerian government imposed on Biafrans. And he also told me that if we have held on, that we would have won the war. Then he also told me that if we eventually become a free nation, that we will enjoy. I'm telling you the truth. I just told my husband about this. I work in the hospital. So after speaking to him, I have a bit of relief, knowing that surely Biafra will come.
Is that person a white man or a black man, this 90-year-old you spoke to? White or black?
He's a black man. He's a black man.
Is he a Biafran or a West Indian or from where? Where is he from?
He's from Abia State. He told me the story.
He's 90 years old. What is he still doing in England? 90 years.
His family is here. He's living with his family.
Okay. That is an example of what will happen to all of us if Biafra doesn't come. At the age of 90, when you should be in the village blessing the young generation, they'll bring you hot drink and you bless them, you'll be abroad wearing blankets because it's very cold. That is what we are fighting. So he knows what he's talking about. We are going to make it possible for such people to come back to our land and bless our land. That's what we are fighting for. That was the reason why I asked you, how can a 90-year-old be in somebody else's land? Have you seen a 90-year-old white man anywhere in the zoo?
No.
Exactly.
Sir, and as well, our people has to reason, like my very self, I've been, each time I remember that if we don't get this Biafra, our children will end up staying here. And if they continue to stay in abroad, definitely they are blacks. They will also treat them the way they are treating us now here. You can see what the royal family and Prince Harry's wife, what just came out of whatever they are doing. Even though we know that the press here is horrible, we know that then the secret of the asking about the color of the child and whatever they ask her. This is also what our children will go through in years to come. So please, we are really hungry for this freedom. We are really hungry so that my children can go home and live in my own. When I exist, they can live in Biafra land as Biafrans. And my children, I've started telling them everything about Biafra. I've told them the little they know you, and they are happy. They are willing to go home as soon as Biafra comes. So, Mazi, I am so grateful. Today, I am blessed to have spoken to a chosen one. You are indeed a chosen one. God has blessed you. You are uniting all Biafrans everywhere. I saw a Bini, a Do or a Godomi man. I spoke to him. He said, yes, he believes in Biafra and he's one of us. So our people are now reasoning. They are trying to come in terms that they are all Biafrans. In fact, may God bless you. May God bless you. I am willing, whenever the time comes, I am willing to go home. I will keep my children here. I will go home and fight for Biafra. If I cannot handle the gun, I will volunteer myself to treat, or I will volunteer to be a cook for those who will handle the gun for them.
Thank you very much.
It's a promise I'm making.
I know,
Thank you.
and I welcome
bless you.
I welcome it. Thank you very, very much. I enjoyed your call, to be honest with you. Thank you very, very much, our dear sister. Thank you so much. We are live and we are direct. As I said before, our job is to present all these efulefus, all these criminal conspirators before Elohim in heaven. Then only him can judge them. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. Good morning from India.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Go ahead.
Mazi, my name is Mazi Okebaram Chedozie. I'm calling from Vietnam, India. First of all, I want to say thank you for all you've been doing for us, for fighting so hard. And I happen to be a principal officer. So what I want to ask this morning is that Mazi, when you started this program, I believe that it's quite tough. And I believe that if you can share a little bit about things that were driving you then, I believe that some principal officers that are lacking consistency in what we are doing today can be able to learn from there. As a principal officer, I understand to some extent how difficult it is to keep hold. So I don't know if you can be able to enlighten us from there that nobody believed in you, that you look like you are alone, that you're doing this. I want to understand what those things that are driving you so hard to be believing in Biafra and hoping that this is going to get to this height. And at the end of the day, it's going to be something that the whole world will love to participate in. And secondly, I want to make an announcement, Mazi. Biafrans here in India, we would love to have you speak to us in India. Because I understand that a lot of people, Biafrans here, are much interested in what we are doing. Even those that are not, they claim they are not Biafrans, they claim that they don't want to belong to IPOB. Today, I have the opportunity to speak up to a lot of them, and they are really turning to listen to what we're saying. So it's going to be a great one for you to be able to rise their spirit, and not only here in India, but across Asia. They really want to hear you speak to us. And as well, I want to tell you that here we have people, the way they behave and the way people other parts of the world behave is different. Here we have what I call the doubt issue. So even till now, some of them might not really understand. They might not really understand that whatever they put is going to IPOB directly. So for us to clear all that, I would love you to speak to Biafrans here in India and also reiterate that to other parts of Asia. That's my question and my contribution this morning. Thank you so much, Mazi, for giving me this time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will answer your question. The very first question you asked. I would say that you asked me to explain to fellow principal officers what motivates, what drives the level of consistency is the promise of Elohim. I will take you back to what David Ben-Gurion said, the very first Prime Minister of Israel, what he said when they asked him at the floor of the United Nations what propels him to create, or should I say, to facilitate the coming of the state of Israel. He said it is the promise of God in the Holy Book. You call it the Bible, we call it the Torah. That was what David Ben-Gurion, they asked him, why are you doing what you're doing? He said it is because he is standing on the promise of the Almighty Creator of the universe, that Israel must come. And on the same, should I say, pronouncement, I anchor my very firm belief in the coming of Biafra. I told you before that I read a book, or should I say a pamphlet, 1985 Ajoko lecture delivered by Professor Donatusi Benwoga. I was traveling from Umuahia to Owerri. I was in a Hayas bus, and I was reading that very pamphlet. I'm not going to tell you how, of course, you can work out how old I was in 1985. I think I then barely turned between 17 and 18 years of age. I read that very pamphlet, and it had a very profound effect on me. In that very lecture that Professor Donatusi Benwoga delivered, in that man, in one paragraph, summarized what was happening to us as a people, because every 1 kilometer was a checkpoint. Extortion, harassment, intimidation, and from childhood, I never wanted anybody to be maltreated. I hate it. I hate injustice from childhood. And what we are doing today, what I'm doing today, is a manifestation of that very orientation that I had. You know, in my house, we used to have a lot of helpers, you know, either people from my mother's side or people from my father's side that will come to help, you know, as house help, you know, help, all the rest of it. I had one. His name is Igwatch, and I'm sure he's listening to this very day. His name is Emmanuel. Roughly about the same age as me, he came from my mother's side to help us in our house. We had a very huge household, so to help with the chores. We went to fetch water together. We ate from the same pot. We wear the same clothes. Sometimes we exchange clothes. During holiday time, I will go to his house for holidays. He was not serving me. I wasn't serving him because I did not believe that another person's child should come to serve another person's child. I don't believe in that. Even at that very small early age, I believed in the equality of all men and women before God Almighty in heaven. I hated injustice. I read a lot of books. At the age of 12, I read George Orwell's Animal Farm, where some animals were bigger or greater than the others. I hated it. And at the age of 12 years old, I despised communism and socialism. At the age of 12, can you believe that? At the age of 12, I hated communism. Of course, I was at Government College Umuahia, where we were encouraged to read. And we read George Orwell's Animal Farm in class 2. Now, I want to tell you that you must have it in you to love your people. It is not something you are taught to do. You must have it inside you to love and to serve your people. If you are living in India and India is doing very well, people are living in Malaysia, living across the whole of Southeast Asia, and that those countries are doing very well. If you want to live there without replicating those things back home, that is making you to enjoy life in those places, that means you're an evil person you shouldn't serve. Allow me to repeat. If you travel to America, you travel to Europe, you see skyscrapers, you see wonderful roads, you see beautiful bridges and beautiful houses, you fail to bring it back, or you fail to think, how can I take these things back to Izombe? That means you are not cut out to serve your people. Because as a servant of your people, anywhere you see something good, you want to bring it back to your own people. Therefore, those who are called into service are those who are naturally made and built for this very calling. But it is very, very, I understand what you're saying, is very difficult. Sometimes it's very hard. Our people can be very, very frustrating. Do not look at people. Look at the end goal. Always focus on the objective: freedom, freedom, freedom for everybody. When Biafra does come, of course it's going to come. When it does come, eventually, let me tell you how I console myself sometimes. Look at the way we revere, we love, and we venerate Ujubu. And he did not get us Biafra. Look at the way we love and venerate Timothy Onwatuegbu and all those that fought. Imagine the love we have for Colonel Achuzie and all the rest of them. The love we have for Mwobosi and all the rest of them. Remember the love we have for the lives of Madiebo and all the rest of them. Did they get Biafra for us? The answer is no. Now imagine what will happen to your name when Biafra comes. Forever, you see the way that the Bible till today, have you forgotten about Moses, Joshua, Caleb? Have you forgotten them? You have not. These are people that fought and released Israel, the children of God, to inhabit the land that God gave to them. Till today, we remember them. Let me tell you the truth, honestly, before heaven and this earth, anybody who is part of this very movement, from the highest to the lowest, there will be a time when your grandchildren will go to school, or your great-great-grandchildren will go to, they will ask them, was your mom or dad part of IPOB? That will be all you will require in life to succeed. In other words, if you're serving IPOB, if you are in IPOB, you are preparing yourselves for immortality. This flesh may die, but your name will live forever and ever. Because we appreciate. Let me tell you, there is something our people don't know. Despite our stubbornness, our high-headedness, our sometimes very difficult way of understanding each other or doing things, our people are very, very appreciative of those that serve them in truth and in every honesty. That is who we are. Our people never forget those that serve them honestly and diligently. The same way we remember Mbakwe till today. Who is going to forget Dr. Michael Okpara? It's impossible. That is who we are. We never forget those that serve us in truth. We know that Okpara served us in truth and in every honesty. He built our land. We know that Mbakwe came, exactly what I told you before. What is it that Okpara and Mbakwe have in common? They went abroad, they saw good things abroad, and they brought it back home. Why do you think that Malaysia is developed? If you're a minister in Malaysia, you travel abroad, you didn't bring back any idea, they will sack you. That means your trip abroad is a waste. What did you learn? Bring it back here. Let us replicate it. What you're doing and other principal officers all over the world is building up what I call an identity of immortality. Forever and ever, your lineage, your children will be remembered and celebrated. Can you imagine if today somebody were to come to you to say, I am from the lineage of Joshua, or from the lineage of Moses? I'm sure even if you're sitting there, you stand up to greet them. Something that money can never buy. When you remember all these things, then you redouble your effort, because you're not working for any man. You are working to fulfill the promise of the creator of the universe. The promise that God made, you are bringing it to life. What you're doing is beyond human understanding. What IPOB is doing, man cannot understand it. Because we are bringing down or calling down the kingdom of heaven upon this very earth. As Yeshua prayed, let thy will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. Thank you very much. Let's take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you're calling from, please.
Yes, my supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra. Chukwuka Biama be with you, because we're doing a normal job to save the life of Biafra, not only the life of Biafrans, to save the black race from the shackles of Tamnadko Republic of the Zoo and in Africa as a whole. My name is still remain Mazi Ezekwem Uchechi. I'm calling from the city of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Mazi, what I want to ask you right now, you have reiterated that, you have touched it from the last caller before me. But what I want to ask, because we have known there is a lot of benefit we are going to get, but Mazi, there's something confusing me. Some of the Biafrans or some of the IPOP, those that claimed that they have joined IPOP, they don't attend the meeting. They are IPOP under oath. They came to meeting and took oath with IPOP. Some people come to the meeting from 2 years, 3 years, 6 months. They don't contribute to dime. They don't pay monthly dues. They don't pay any kind of levy you bring out or you brought out in IPOP. When you go talk to them private, they have now reminded me, don't know what you are telling me. I am IPOP under oath. They have taken oath on IPOP. Therefore, I'm IPOP. You're not going to deprive me of my IPOP membership. These are the people, or he will remind you that you have been on IPOP for 8 years ago, 2017, 2015. But for since more than 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, he have never even paid common dime to his monthly dues. We don't talk about other compulsory levy. So my question is, what is the position of these people? Because if you try to talk to them even private, they will now remind you that, mind you, I am IPOP. I'm under oath. I took the oath you took with me. And some people will be trying all their best, spend their time, attend meeting, paying the dues, pay all that, even do evangelism, do a lot of things to make sure that we awaken the consciousness of our people living in, especially I'm saying this in Malaysia precisely. They claim they are with you, with IPOP, but they are not doing anything in IPOP. Call it dues, call it attend the meeting. They don't do, but they say they are IPOP, they're under oath. So where are we going to place them? Or what is it going to happen with this sort of people? Because it's full in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, precisely. Thank you, Mazi, and Chukwuka Biama continue to be with you for what you are doing for Biafran. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mazi.
you very much, thank you. there are fair weather friends. There are those that will fall by the wayside. I remind you of the parable of the sower. As you scatter this seed, some will fall on fertile soil, some will fall on rocky grounds, some will fall on the sand, some may even fall on thorns. Only those that fell on fertile ground will be able to germinate and bear forth fruit. For those people shall be called Umu Chineke, the sons of God Almighty in heaven, and daughters of course. Not everybody that says, my father will enter heaven. And with that, I bring that to an end. You will understand what I'm talking about. And Elohim is in charge. And we are moving forward. Forget about them and continue to move. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi. Good afternoon from here. I'm calling from Malaysia.
From Malaysia as well.
My
Please go
name
ahead.
is,
We're listening. Please go ahead. Are you one of
yes,
those
my
that don't
name
pay
is,
their dues in Malaysia? You don't attend meetings?
Not really, Mazi.
Okay.
I do. My name is Ifeanyi.
Ifeanyi, turn down your system. I can hear your system. Turn it down, please. Turn your system down.
Okay, Mazi. I have.
Go ahead.
Mazi, my question is this. Concerning these people that said, the Ikure people that said they are not Igbo.
No, not Ikure people. No. Don't say that, please. Ikure people did not say they're not Igbo. It is only Wike, those raised with money from abandoned property. It is guilty conscience that is pursuing them. Wike needed to deny his Igbo identity in order to serve his Fulani masters very, very well. Wike knows that he's an Igbo man, but he is ravaged by guilty conscience. Some of them, their father stole properties that didn't belong to them. And in our land, it's a taboo. In Igbo land, in Igbo culture, it is a taboo for you to steal landed property belonging to your brother, your cousin, or your sister. For them to shield themselves from the ravages of guilt, they said they're not Igbo. Of course, Ikore is Igbo. Have you not seen the new state creation that they are touting all over the place, the Fulani Janjaweed? They want to create a state comprising of Igbo, of Ikwe people, as well as those of them they took from Omok, which are Igbo people, into a new state. Do not despair. No Ikwe person, no sensible Ikwe man said he is not Igbo. Let me tell you what has been happening in the zoo and what they do very cleverly. Before now, when the Yoruba media was against us in line with the Janjaweed, they magnify what idiots like we can say. What ordinary people are. Anytime you say, I am Ikure, I'm Igbo, nobody will publish it. But if you say, I am Ikure, I'm not Igbo, every paper will carry it. That is why it is always very good for us to read between the lines. Forget about the noise making of a few empty barrels, like Wike, and listen to the voice of reason of other well-meaning Ikure sons and daughters. They know they're Igbo. Everybody knows this very clearly. Some of them claim they are from Igodo. I don't dispute that. But Igodo is also Igbo land. If it comes that way.
You've answered I've answered the question because I see no reason why someone that speaks Igbo, that do everything like Igbo, will begin to deny his identity.
When you lose a war, it is always like that. When you lose a war, it's always like that. We fought a war of attrition for 3 years. The Fulani Janjaweed came and gave biscuit and chewing gum and tobacco to some people and kai hot drink to some people and say, one Nigeria. If you don't say you are one Nigeria, we'll kill you. I had a good brother of ours from America speak to me. And then he told me, this is a so-called Delta or Delta Igbo. He told me that they're from Uri. His father was the traditional ruler of his people. Every year, Ezeri will come to their village and sprinkle clay on the ground. They're from Uri. That's the way it is. Till tomorrow morning, we know who we are. Those who claiming they are not Igbo, they're living in denial. And I go as far as saying that everybody is Igbo. If you're a John, if you're a Bibio, and I say it clearly, go back and interpret it however way you want it to be interpreted. The truth stands eternal. And I keep saying to them, are you doubting me? that all of us are Igbo. One that doubted me a few days ago, I said to him, go back to Google and Google the word Ibibio. After he Googled the word Ibibio, I asked him, please read to me what you can see. He said, related to Igbo. I asked him to Google Efik. He Googled Efik. What can you see? Efik and Ibibio are one, both are related to Igbo. I asked him to Google a job. He Googled a job. I asked him, read to me what you can see. He saw a job related to Igbo. I said to him, do you want us to continue? He said, no, he's seen enough. And that was it. That is the truth. We are all one people. That is why Nsibidi came. That is why if you go to Abreba today, they speak the same language, or more or less, with the Bibio people. If you go to a Jagam, there is no difference between a Jagam and Arochupu. It is the same thing. That is why Nsibidi came from there. Nsibidi is a uniting form of writing that binds the whole of Biafra together. If you go to places like Ihiala, if you go to Ihiala today, to Obulisuzo, do you know where they came from? They came from Igodomigodo land. Obulisuzo, you see today in Ihiala, their ancestral home is Igodomigodo. Why are we deceiving ourselves? As I said before, once your mother ties two-piece wrapper, you are one of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for your call. Thank you. We are live and direct. We're educating. We're sensitizing. We're enlightening. You know, Janjaweed, they listen to these our broadcasts and they go crazy. He is brainwashing them. He is doing this. I said simply, we are all Igbo people. Do you doubt me? Go to any village in Anambra right now, get a man that is up to 90 years old and above, and ask him about the war between the Idu people and the Oba, and he will tell you. Everything we say is backed up with facts and figures. That is why we can never fail. And our people are very intelligent. That's one thing about Biafran people. Once you make sense to them, they will understand it and they will follow you. I have a caller now on the line. This caller, give us your name and where you're calling from. We are live and we are direct and the world is listening.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, my name is Charles Obidike.
Charles Obidike. Yes, and where are you calling from? Yeah, Charles Obidike, where are you calling from?
Good morning, sir. The man that told you
we are live and direct. Please hold on a second. We are live on the air, please. Our barrister is calling me. We are broadcasting. We are live on the air. Yes, please continue, my dear brother. Continue.
Okay. So, I don't know. It pains me each time you come on air and start talking about the black man, the way they reason and all this. And I'm one of the black man, but I know I've never reasoned like that because even up to today, I am not an IPO member. I'm not an IPO member, but I have been following what you have been saying since 2014 till today. And no one has ever seemed to be lie. All of them are truth. And you made me to become, like as I've gone to university, more than the people that was my age mate. I'm 64 years of today. But all these things you are saying in this country and wherever you are, they are all truth. And nothing but the truth. And it pains me when anybody is making any argument concerning this, concerning that. I don't know, people will see truth, but the level we are in it today is because of our church in this country, Nigeria. They are the part of the problem. 80% of the problem, they are the one who caused it. Because in the Bible, when Elijah and Elisha and all of them were prophesying or doing the work of God, when you do something that is not good, even the king, they will go and tell him. Because I remember what happened in 2 Kings chapter 1, when a king fell from his house and then decided to go and ask the God of Ekron whether if he will live again. Elijah met his servant that he sent on the road to tell him that you should go back and tell the king, is it because there's no God in Israel? That is why you are going to ask the God of Ekron. And because of that, you will die. You will never get up from that bed. And when the man sent people to come and kill the Elijah, first 50% of people with their captain, they died. Fire consumed them. The second one, the same thing. The third one came and began to dialogue, beg, in other words. And when he followed them, The angel of God asked him to go and follow them. And when they get to that place, he told the king rightly that because you went to go and look other God that is not God, you will die. Then today, look at people we have in our church. Somebody like Redeem, who is calling us to go and come and go to heaven, knows that there is no Buhari, and he went as rock, and he came back, and people were asking him, what did he see there? He said he was threatening not to talk. And up to today, he never tell anybody anything. And yet they are telling us to come and bear. I have said I will no longer go to church until when Biafra come, before we know what we are doing in this country. Because it is annoying and paining to all the people, Christians are killing in the north. Nobody is talking. No church is talking.
They are building auditorium. We're going to build 10,000 auditorium, whereas Christians are being killed in the north. They say nothing. I don't blame them. I blame the idiots that go to these useless, idiotic churches and patronize them. I blame them. But in all fairness, there are some preachers that have come out recently to condemn what is happening. There are good ones amongst them. Let us not tar them with the same brush.
Just tell me somebody will look a factory closed and close the factory, then convert that factory to church and begin to pray for you to get work. Does that make any sense? You close the factory where people will be going to work.
Yes, convert it to church and then be praying.
If it is people that are suffering to this length, people will get to understand. So I appreciate you. Only thing is that my God will continue to supply all your need according to his riches, glory by Christ Jesus. I pray that no evil shall befall you in all days of your life with your family. You will actualize it and make us to be human being again in the mighty name of Jesus. That is my prayer for you this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much, my dear brother. Everybody approach this issue. He's given us a very new perspective. There is somebody called Pastor Otis. I don't know if he's related to the principle of Otis that I was under in Government College Omaha. I don't know. Otis. It must be. And I have to call him back. Let me call him back because Otis was a very good principal. He was a principal at Government College Omaha. Let me see if I don't know if this is the son. I don't know if it is but Otis must be part and parcel of that glorious family. I love Otis immensely. Let me see if I can get him to speak to us, please. I want to ask him, he's a pastor. I want to ask him if he is related to Otis, one-time principal at Government College Omaha. I want to ask him. I have elected to try to call him back to see if he can speak to us. I don't think so. The line is ringing, but I don't think he is not picking up, not yet. I wanted to find out if he is. Yes, he's picked up now. The caller on the line, are you Pastor Otis? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm Pastor Otis. I'm from Abreba.
You're from Abreba. Yes. Are you related to the principal of Government College Omaha, Otis?
No, I'm not relating to, but it's closer near to our village.
Okay, the same village, but not yours. Okay. It seems, are you a pilot? It seems you're flying an aircraft. There's a background noise where you are.
No, I am beside a metro. I'm going to work. But at the same time, that's what I'm trying to communicate with you this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, my name is Pastor Otis. It's the first time I introduce myself as a pastor because many people don't know I'm a pastor. I always say my name is Otis. But today I decided to introduce myself as a pastor ordained by the Biafrans. And the pastor is in German today. His name is Pastor Sami Epo. He's living in German today. He's a Biafran too. And my question this morning is concerning the oil well that the Nigerian government are taking. And it seems that when the northern oligarchy have both the gold and the other mineral resources, they call it their personal own, but our own become a national case. How? When are we going to take back all our things? Because the world seems that they are not listening what we are saying, or the campaign we have been sending to them later from UN and other angle of the world, but they keep mood and they keep watching, looking for us to die until they will come to our rescue. I think is it the time that we're supposed to take back our things and pursue all the white people that are taking all control in our land? That the war that we are looking for, they can be able to get it, or are we going to stay until they wipe off from the face of the earth? That's my question, my leader.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for that. The truth of the matter is that the people giving the impetus to the Fulani Janjaweed to keep their gold and their diamond from Zamfara, but be drinking our own oil, is because of the life the people are, the likes of Mwike, Amechi, Hopos, Adema, all the Fulefus. If they get together and say enough is enough, there will be no oil going to the north. They will try to bring down their army and will defeat them. Nigerian army cannot fight. They are very weak. Everybody knows that they can't fight. That is why they are begging foreign mercenaries. That's why they are begging Cameroon, they are begging Chad, they are begging Niger, poorest countries in the world, to come and help a giant of Africa to fight. This is one thing that people do not understand. They are being deceived by the war that happened. People think till today that that Nigeria fought a war against Biafra and defeated Biafra, that Gowon was an all-conquering general. It is a lie. It is a lie. Without the help, without Britain, Russia, OAU to an extent, Egypt, and the acquiescence of the USA, there is no way that Nigeria could have defeated Biafra. Not in a million years. This is the same army that cannot even defeat a ragtag band of terrorists in Boko Haram or bandits. We should do away with fear. Fear is a debilitating disease. They are taking our oil and gas because we allowed ourselves to become divided and deceived. They appointed the Willings Commission to divide the so-called Niger Delta or carve them away from the wider eastern region. The same white man did not go to the north to create a minority commission for the so-called minorities in the north being yoked by Fulani. No. These are the things that people do not understand about this. The reason why they are angry with IPOB and trotting out all this propaganda against us and my good self is because they know we know their game and we have discovered their game plan. We now know how possible it was for an Ikwere man to say, I'm not Ikwere, for somebody from Ijo to say, oh, I'm not part of the East or part of Biafra. That was how they deceived Edwin Clark of Pandev, so they can take our oil. That was how they deceived Ken Sarawiwa, so they can go and take our oil. Today, Ogoni hasn't been cleaned up. Today, people are suffering in Ogoni land, whereas the Sultan of Sokoto owns nearly 20 oil wells in Biafra land. None of us owns an oil well. You need to understand what they have done to us and how we are going to untangle it. And it's a very simple process. By educating and enlightening our people to understand that we are one first and foremost. That is why the Fulanis, for Fulanis to subjugate you, they come with one north. They never divide the north. They will tell you we are one north, one. If you try to divide Fulani from Hausa, they will say no, we are one people. But they come to your land, then you allow them to divide you. That makes you a very big fool. Let's take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me? This is Radio Biafra. We are live and direct. And bless you to please turn your system down. I beg all of you, please turn down your system. Well, once I pick your call, turn off your system. Because what I'm going to say, the whole world is going to hear it. What you're saying, the whole world is also going to hear it. You don't need to hear your voice 2 times, do you? Please, go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mohammed, I have a question for you. How are you doing, my Lord?
Elohim is kind to us.
God bless you. Thank you. Sir, my question is this. I have 3 questions. One is this. What do you want to tell our Biafrans who see themselves serving in Nigerian police, in Onitsha, in Owerri, in Aba, in Ebonyi, killing and humiliating their brothers. A brother who is a keke na pep driver, who put a flag of Biafra in his keke. Our Biafran brother who serves in the Nigerian police will detain him and kill him. Who put a bangle of Biafran flag or Biafran identity, a bangle or a necklace, something that gives you hope and joy, something that you look at, you summon courage, something that you look at the logo or the flag, you move on, irrespective of the suffering and the hardship, you move on. Our Biafran police, who is in Aba, who is in Owerri, who is in Oka, who is in Enugu, will kill, detain, and humiliate that person. That is my number one question. What message do you have for such an individual who is
that their end is coming? Their end is also coming, and there'll be no pity, there'll be no mercy. We have all their names.
Who has a child who is suffering in the same dilapidated school, in the same abandoned area, in the same gutter that all of us are living? He's there with us. That's my number one question. My number two is this. What message do you have? What message do you have for our so-called pastors who has refused to open their mouth and say the truth, who continue to deceive us to pray for Nigeria when they know that God will not answer that question? What message do you have for them? Now, my number three question is this. You have said it over and over again, and it is truth. All you have said is the truth. And we know you are saying the truth. And that is why we must follow you. We will continue to follow you. You said it, and it is written that the kingdom of God suffereth violent, and the violent will take it by force. My Lord, my question is this, to you is this. One time again in America, you told a lady, when you were having a meeting with them, you said, let them give us ammunition. The lady said that she did not hear you well. What did you say? You repeated that question. Now it has come. My question again is this. Are we going to fight? If we are going to fight, are there things that we need to have? Those who cannot fight, like a sword, or those who do not have the liver to withstand this thing, let them start running now. If you want to run to Cameroon so that you can start running, if you are in the north and you want to sacrifice yourself for there, you sacrifice. What is our fate? Because this thing will not come for free. We must fight. So that people will say, had I known we are going, or had it been we were told that we are going to fight, I would have dig a trench where I will hide with my family, or I would have run away. So is there any way people will be made to understand? Because even those in the north, when we keep telling them that this is not people of our tribe, these are not brothers. The people that you're staying in their place are not brothers, because they will kill you. We keep telling them, come back home. They refuse. I was living in the north. I lived in the north. I live in Nasarawa. I lived in Plateau. I lived in Kanu. I come back home. So are we going to fight? Because the lady who asked you that question, what did you say you need? I keep listening to that message, that family meeting you had with them. I keep listening to it over and over again. When she asked it, what did you say you did? Today, I think wherever that lady is, she will be going to, I think from Wodibo Congress anyway, she will be listening to that message where you told them what you need openly. And she refused. I don't know whether they honored that meeting that day or what. I accepted your request, but today they have brought that killing to our house. And it is real. It is true that they brought it.
Thank you very much.
Are killing us on daily basis.
I'm going to answer your. I will answer your question, my dear brother. Listen via your listening device. Let me answer your question. Number one, we are keeping tag of every police officer or personnel involved, especially Biafrans, in the molestation, in the facilitation of the abduction of our people. And I'm telling their families now that there will be no mercy. We are going to succeed. It's not a question of if. We are going to bring about the coming of Biafra. There is nothing any idiot can do about it. Nothing. And when that time comes, we are going to judge you very harshly. And if you're found guilty, you'll be hanged at the nearest tree closest to your father's compound. All of you in police uniform in our land aiding Fulani Janjaweed, the same Fulani you're helping to abduct your own fellow blood relatives, are helping bandits and terrorists to kill your people in the north. I want you to understand all these useless, especially those in Imo State. Hope Uzodinma will never ever be forgiven. There's something as goes for me as well. All of you claiming you I'm obeying order. Order came from above. When the time comes, God is my witness, you will be hanged in public for aiding and abating Fulani Janjaweed advance, should I say, incursion into our land. As for the pastors, may God have mercy upon your wretched, idiotic souls. There are good pastors here, but all of you that have kept quiet, all of you keeping quiet, despite what is happening, Archbishop Desmond Tutu fought apartheid from the pulpit. All of you, some of you idiots, all it's about tithe and offering and building auditorium that will contain skeletons. I'm asking you, shameless people, call themselves the men of God, more or less like the men of Satan. None of you will see the kingdom of heaven because you're all evil people using the name of God to deceive, using the name of God to accumulate wealth, using the name of God to do heaven knows what, to prop up a decaying evil regime. You ask me, what do we need to fight? We need guns and we need bullets. Because let me make one thing very clear to all of you, those of you who are so idiotic because you are raised in the zoo, you schooled in the zoo, all you're thinking is about the Zoological Republic. You know nothing about Fulani Janjaweedism. What they are doing to you today is in their bone marrow, is in their DNA. They will never stop. The only thing that can stop Fulani is the sea, Atlantic Ocean. And they are coming. And as I said, I will do a program on Sunday that will shock all of you. To understand the mindset of the Fulani and the hatred they have for you. That is why any policeman or army man, you're a Biafran, you're helping them to arrest, to torture, to abduct. That is happening now in Imo State. Now I'm saying it in all of you are now, it goes through one ear, comes out of the other. When things will happen in Imo, don't say I did not warn you. I'm telling you, this thing also the man is doing, and all of you are quiet. When something will happen in Imo State, you know where, don't say I did not warn you. Because the rage is coming. All of you helping Fulani to conquer our land, all of you will suffer one, all of you will die one after the other. If you like being the police or in the army. Fulani came in as a minority and conquered Hausa, conquered everybody down and are coming down to our side. You cannot ask yourself a simple question. Why is it that Fulani can say they will remain in Yoruba land no matter what? Why are they not saying it about the East? Because of Eastern Security Network. We are there to protect you and your family and your lineage and your heritage. Yet you are so blind and idiotic you cannot see it. If you are in the North, you are a sacrificial lamb. And on that note, we bring today's proceedings to an end. I will try to reinstate this question and answer every Friday to answer the idiots and the rumor mongers and the liars and the deceivers and the conspirators. Guardian newspaper has published the same rubbish again. Anytime we are making waves, what they want to do is that they bribe Google and they trot out all these useless, concocted write-ups by DSS, and they populate the search. If you go to Google now and search for Mazi and search for Nnamdi Kanu in Google, you will see them. What happened in the registration of IPOB in England has made us to think twice and all that rubbish. All lies. A country of lies. How can I support a country that lives on peddling lies and deceiving people? As I said before, if not for IPOB, some of you learned illiterates will be going about thinking Ojukwu declared war on Biafra, whereas all Ojukwu wanted was restructuring, the same restructuring you're asking for after 50 years. Now, who is the idiot? Now you see why I call you people zoo animals, because you cannot reason properly. And that is why I maintain anybody who calls himself or herself a Nigerian, I can never regard you as a human being. Thank you all for listening. I'll be back on Sunday. Advertise it everywhere.
Play by TF Bluetooth mode.
And as soon as our app is out, please, our alternative to Facebook, make sure that you go into it as quickly as possible. We can no longer be defeated by silencing our voices as they did in 1967. This time around, we have options, and we are going to utilize it. In all that you do, you must pray for Eastern Security Network. Pray for them and support them. And as I said before, be very careful and mindful of what you're doing and where you're going to. Our enemies are there are some people who are within working for the zoo, Janjaweed government, but we must defeat all of them. All of them will be defeated. It doesn't matter their lies or their deception. Once you are in IPOB and you're compelled to leave IPOB, it means you've been possessed by the evil spirit. And you were not meant to be a freedom fighter in the first place. Because we remain whiter than white and whiter than snow. You will see it. Who can stop us? We that Elohim sent. Who is the bagger that will stop us? Nobody can. They are faffing around all they like. You cannot stop us. Any Biafran you kill, there will be a revenge. And they know when we revenge how it is. There will be revenge, you know that very well, and it's coming. And more ferocious than before. We are pondering a very complex subject. I told all of you a while back, and consistently so, that the United States mission in Nigeria is corrupt. I told you that the British mission, of course, they are colonialists, that the mission of Britain, which is UK in Nigeria, headed by Katrina Lang, is to colonize all of you. I don't know what is wrong with us. I have no idea what is wrong with us. But I blame all of you for this very report that the United States of America released through their very corrupt State Department. I say it openly, without fear, no contradiction. The people working at the Africa desk at the United States Department of State are one of the most corrupt people on the face of this very earth. Including the US ambassador to Nigeria, she is as corrupt as Satan himself. Why am I saying this? All of you saw the videos of Lekki Tollgate massacre. I was live on air broadcasting that very night as the massacre was taking place. Out of anger, people started to destroy government-owned properties in Lagos. I have been warning you for very many years that anytime you have any ambassador from a frontline country coming to Nigeria, they always bribe them. I warned all of you that the Fulani Janjaweed war chest, what I mean by is the money they have to fight to keep enslaving all of you in one Nigeria, is now over $30 billion US. You thought I was joking. I also told you that they have not only bought over the entire diplomatic corps in Abuja, that they have engaged frontline, I mean top-notch consultancy firms all over the world with the help of the British to suppress every news coming out of Nigeria, to manage every information coming out of Nigeria, to condition the minds of the world that nothing is going wrong. But some of you paid little attention. And this morning, I want you to understand that if you do not pay attention to what I'm telling you, the consequences you will suffer will be very severe. And it has started this very morning. Do you know, after slaughtering and killing people around Lekki Tollgate, on that fateful day, that people, innocent people, were massacred. I don't have the precise date in my head. Despite all the difficulties that we've had with CNN in the past, But at least CNN did something. CNN tried as much as possible to present the truth. There was a CNN documentary, or should I say a mini documentary about Lekki Tollgate massacre. Do you know, surprise, surprise, do you know what happened? The United States of America have now released a report on Lekki Tollgate massacre. Do you know what they said in that report? They said that nobody was shot there, that people did not die at Lekki. Are you listening to me? They said that people did not die. And this brings home what I have been warning all of you, or should I say all of us trapped in that one zoo called Nigeria. Our liberation is in our hands. The white man will not help us. And I will tell you the reason why the white man can never help us. The white man, as they have always done, is using the Fulani to enslave. That's number one. They have something to, both of them came together and agreed on something. We need Nigeria. We need all the ethnic populations in Nigeria. Britain, everybody has an interest. British interest is that they love controlling people, is in their blood, is in their nature. They need people to control people who will be their slaves. That's number one. Secondly, they need access to our oil and gas for free. That's number two. Number three, they want to keep on giving the impression that black people are useless, incapable of reasoning, that we black people deserve to be controlled by white people. Understand what I'm telling you this morning, please. It's very, very important. Because in time to come, the same way I'm reminding you this very morning as to the consequences of our stupidity, I will also go back and tell you, remember there was a day that I preached this very gospel live on Radio Biafra. I repeat, Britain wants to control you because they feel that they are God. They are white and you're black, you are nothing. That's number one. But because some of us are, did not have the benefit of sound or decent education, you may not appreciate what I'm saying. But in the fullness of time, you will come to understand. You will come full circle into the realization that what I'm telling you, what I have always told you is the truth. And I preach it without fear before any idiot, regardless of how powerful you may think you are. What am I saying to you is this. Britain is in Nigeria because of oil and gas. They're in Nigeria to control you because you're black people. They are also in Nigeria to try to use it as an influence to control the entire black race all over the world because they believe that Nigeria is populous. They have a lot of people in it, over 200 million people. And if they control them, perhaps they will be able to control black people all over the world. Because one, they see us as black people, we are niggers, we are nothing. That was why they named you Nigeria. Nigeria means land of niggers. That is what it means. An area occupied by niggers. A derogatory slur word, which people in their infinite stupidity have failed to change over the years. I may digress this morning, but please pardon me and try to follow my chain of thought and what I'm preaching this very morning. America is there because of Halliburton, because of ExxonMobil. They are there because of Texaco. They also need oil and gas. Some of you may remember or may recall when Trump assumed power, that was in about, I think, 2016 or thereabout. He said something that most of his friends go to Africa to make easy money. But he is not one of those people. I now want to tell you the reason why the US State Department released this very abominable report on the killing of innocent souls in Lekki. I also want to prove to all of you this very morning, it doesn't matter how many black people are serving in any administration in America. It doesn't matter. These are people they have conditioned to hate themselves. And they are the ones that sanctioned these lies. I have lived with white people for very many years. I know the way they reason. Some of you may be shocked, saying, oh, why is he saying this morning? Let me tell you one thing. At any period in history, a majority of white people will always support what is good. I repeat, at each given point in history, it doesn't matter how dark that very phase is. A majority of white people are conscientious. They hate evil. It is only a minority, a very wicked, evil minority that will support what is happening in the zoo called Nigeria today, like the Africa desk of the State Department in America. We have confronted them many times. I have asked them, why do you people support evil in Africa? USA, yes. It is not the entire USA. I'm not saying it is the Biden administration, no. I'm not saying it was the Trump administration before this one, no. There is a clique, a group of people, highly corrupt individuals, manning what is called the Africa desk at the United States Department of State. They are the ones responsible for the evil happening in Africa. How? All of you saw that people were killed on that very fateful night at Lekki Tollgate when it was being occupied at the height of the NSAS protest. And I also want to bring to your attention this very morning, I'm sorry to say this, that there is something fundamentally wrong. I've been telling you this about Black people and the way we reason. This morning, I want to bring to your attention that indeed there is something wrong with us and the way we reason. Let me read this report for you. It was only the Nation newspaper that carried it in the zoo, saying that United States of America disagrees. They do not agree that anybody was killed at Lekki Tollgate. Can you believe such a thing? Who was responsible? I'm not even blaming those in America. This is something I've been telling you all the time, but none of you, you do not want to reason. You don't want to understand. I said that the report they are given in America is compiled in Abuja by the U.S. ambassador and her team. It is anything they feed Washington that Washington will publish. And she is a woman. Now I'm beginning to understand the reason why, should I say, Eve was used to deceive Adam. I never knew that women can be this evil and wicked. Two women. I am sure, had the US ambassador been a man, such evil, such reports couldn't have been issued. What is paining me is that the US ambassador to Nigeria is a woman. The British High Commissioner to Nigeria is a woman. These two women are presiding over the reign of Satan in the zoo. Let me read you the report. I'm going to quote them verbatim. Everybody saw that people were killed at Lekki, but this is the junk that a whole United States of America came up with. Supposedly the conscience of the world. America has the grace it enjoys today because God created the USA to bring a semblance of consciousness into the dealings of man on this very earth. That is why they are the longest running civilization since man came into this very earth. That is why the USA enjoys the preeminence that it does. But it seems to me that Lucifer has taken over America. America is no longer a country that speaks the truth. America is no longer a country that stands up for the poor. USA is no longer a country that stands up for justice and what is right all over the world. America is now effectively in the pocket of Luciferians. Simple truth. The US ambassador in Abuja could not convey to Washington. We are in very serious trouble, all of us. In very serious trouble. And unless we rise up now in a popular revolution, if we continue to prevaricate, if we continue to dilly-dally, if we continue to waste valuable time, we are all finished. I'll read it for you. The United States Department of State report on Nigeria. This is what it says. On October 20, members of the security forces enforced curfew by firing shots into the air to disperse protesters. America is writing this junk. The Lekki massacre that we all witnessed, America is telling us, they were not there, they're telling us that the army came and was firing shots in the air. I told you that Fulani has $30 billion. They have bribed the US ambassador to Nigeria. That is why this wishy-washy evil report was issued. They are all corrupt. All corrupt, all of them, they're all corrupt. I continue to read for you. Listen very carefully, please. They fired shots into the air to disperse protesters who had gathered at the Lekki toll gate in Lagos to protest abusive practices by the Nigerian Police Forces Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS. Mind you that SARS was trained by Britain. It was Britain that set up SARS. It's UK that set up SARS under Obasanjo to harvest organs for sale. It was the United Kingdom that set up this dreaded SARS and gave them the training. It was Britain that gave them the training. So it was Britain that trained them to go through your phones, to extort money from you, to kidnap you in front of your parents, to take you to their dungeon, to kill you, to have it, because it was Britain that trained them and armed them. Britain, United Kingdom, financed SARS. I want you to understand very, very carefully, please. Now, according to this US report, accurate information on fatalities resulting from the shooting was not available at year's end. A whole America, but you can come to the Sahel and rescue victims. Google can see inside my bedroom where I'm broadcasting from this morning. Google you have Google Map, you have everything. You're telling me the most powerful country in the world with the most resourceful intelligence agencies man has ever seen cannot ascertain how many people we are shot dead at Lekki. This is Fulani's $30 billion stolen from all of us speaking. They have the money. It was Fulani, the way they connived and colluded with Britain and now US State Department that led me to believe that truly money is the root of all evil. It solves a lot of problems, no doubt. But I'm telling you, when you face a man working at the US State Department Africa desk, a civil servant may be earning $2,000 a month, you give him $20 million. There is nothing he or she will not do for you. Their conscience will go through the window. I came this morning to take question and answers, but I saw this thing and I was beside myself with rage. That is the same country now that we are fighting Fulani bandits in and around Nsukka. Everybody can see that the Nigerian army are aiding Fulani bandits. These are the people that went and massacred our people in Ebonyi. We found them where they are, in and around Nsukka. We engaged them. We engaged them. Nigerian army came to fight on the side of terrorists and killers. Nigerian army fighting beside terrorists and killers to kill the victims of Fulani massacre. The State Department in America will not hear this because the US mission in Nigeria is corrupt, highly corrupt. They have been infected by the United Kingdom, infected by the British, highly corrupt. America is telling us this day that they do not know the number of people who were killed as at last year. That's what they're saying to us, that they have no accurate information. Amnesty International, a reputable, renowned, very cautious and conservative NGO, or should I say human rights group, reported that 10 persons died, according to this US report, during the event. But they did not take what Amnesty said. The US State Department, the American ambassador now in Abuja, a woman, the US State Department Africa desk, not the whole US, Africa desk inside this, they are so corrupt that they could not even acknowledge the very conservative estimate given by Amnesty International. That is how corrupt they are. Amnesty reported, conservatively speaking, that 10 people were shot dead. Do you know that US State Department basically ignored that very report by Amnesty International? We continue. But the government disputed this report. So because Lai Mohammed, that even the USA knows is a liar, disputed the report by Amnesty International. That is the reason why America will not accept it, that people died at Lekki. Because the Nigerian government said nobody died. That is why they didn't accept it. Unbelievable. They are now quoting the government own report. USA, America. The government reported 2 deaths connected to the event. One body from the toll gate showed signs of blunt force trauma, which means the army did not shoot this person that they acknowledged died at Lekki. That person died as a result of being attacked by those who have come to protest, his fellow protesters, or her fellow protesters joined in beating him or her to death. Do you know why they're playing with us like this? This is an example of what they do when they come for their so-called election observance, electoral observance. When they come, they will see blatant fraud. They will go to Kanu and they will see that 8-year-old, 6-year-old kids are voting. They will see all the violence against Biafran people right across the zoo. They will see ballot box snatching, and all the rest of the crimes that's associated with electoral fraud in the zoo called Nigeria. They will write and say, the election was free and fair, bar for a few incidents of minor violence. I want to let people understand that if you're from any ethnic group in Nigeria, be you Duduwa, Biafra, or Kwararafa, Middle Belt, or wherever you come, even Hausa, that have been swallowed by Fulani, you must rise up to assert your right. You must rise up now to fight to be free. You remember over the years, during the time of John Campbell, America had a bit of conscience. They were in Lagos and in Abuja writing at least accurately, or should I say objectively, to the best of their knowledge about what is happening in the zoo. The more the years go by, the more the Fulani succeed in corrupting as many people as possible. They have corrupted AFP, an independent news gathering organization. They now issue fake news. They now fact check the same fake news that they issued. They are the ones to issue it. They tag Biafra or IPOB to it. The same AFP will now do fact check on fake news that they themselves released. They have bought over Facebook. All of you are aware of that. Very soon they will take over YouTube. And of course, they're about to take over Twitter. Because each year, Black people in Africa, every year, you fail to act to be free. The more deeper the hole that you're digging for yourselves. We can never, ever be free. I'm just telling you now, unless by some miraculous fate or divine intervention, the conspiracy, when I was reading this report, I was so shocked. The level of conspiracy to emasculate Black Africa, the level of conspiracy to ruin us as a race of people, aided and abetted by fellow Black people. Shocking. America said, they acknowledged, they didn't even acknowledge, they said, Amnesty said 10 people were killed, Nigerian government said only 2 were killed, and out of those 2, 1 suffered signs of trauma, which means that person was not killed by the army. A second body from another location in Lagos had, from another location, look at how America is lying for Nigeria, from another location, not at Lekki Toll Gate. Should I continue this broadcast this morning? Or should we go back and start prayer and fasting, asking God, what did we do wrong? Why this level of humiliation? Why did you create a people? Did you create us to be servants? Did you create us to be... What did we do wrong? What is it about Black people that you hate us so much? What is it? What have we done? I'm asking God this morning that blatantly, a country like USA, I think what we need to do is, I don't know if we are allowed to take the US State Department to court in America to justify this very report. I don't know if their laws allow us to do that. I will ask my secretary if there is any law that can allow us to challenge this report in a court of law in America where all the evidence will be made manifest. They're telling us that USA is telling us that Nigerian government said 2 people died. 1 at the scene of the protest at the toll gate from blunt force. Listen carefully. I don't know how to explain to people to understand. How do I explain this that the brain of a black man can understand what I'm saying? In what way can I explain this? I'm asking you people how. Now listen, America is effectively absolving Nigerian army of any blame for the shooting at Lekki Tollgate because they know that the person that actually gave the order to kill the protesters is Katrina Lang, the British the UK High Commissioner to Nigeria. That afternoon, she was with Tinubu. Before she left Tinubu's house, a lorry load of thugs from Tinubu's APC left Mushi with cutlasses, axes, and machete to go and attack protesters. And that evening, the army opened fire on protesters. It was Britain, it was United Kingdom that arranged the massacre through Tinubu. We all know this. All of you listening, you know that because you are black, because some of you are highly idiotic, you cannot stand up to face or speak the truth. You all know what Tinubu did. Everybody knows this. Now, USA is siding them. Britain have now managed to convince, United Kingdom now managed to convince the USA to side with evil. That is what I find, that a whole USA, of all people, America, the hope of a common man on this earth, at least in a temporal form. Everybody looks up to the USA as the policeman of the conscience, the guardian of the conscience of humanity. Look at how they are behaving in Nigeria. And the ambassador is a woman. I never knew that women can be this wicked. I never knew. I thought being mother, no, I'm not sure they have any children, that being women, they will have that, you know, that motherly instinct, that empathy, to empathize. Everybody, I felt rather very foolishly that these 2 women will see the victims of the slaughter by the Nigerian army as their own children and do what is right. But because of money, Fulani has given them money. Because of money, they are now writing what is in essence rubbish to justify the killing of other people's children. 2 women responsible for this nonsense. The government reported 2 deaths connected with the event, but the army did not kill any of them. The one found where the army stormed died of trauma, which means if it were the army or if it were to be the army that shot him or her dead, you would have seen bullet wounds on the body. The one that had bullet wounds was recovered where the army did not go to. Do you see how they are consultant? Basically, Nigerian consultants in America wrote this report for the State Department and just published it. And we are all black people in Africa. Every day we claim we are suffering. Every day we claim that our quality of life is so poor. Every day we claim we're impoverished, but we are the ones responsible for bringing this mess on top of our heads. This type of nonsense couldn't have happened in a place like Japan because the Japanese people are one people, one culture, one value system, one social configuration. But in Nigeria, you don't have, Biafra is different from Oduduwa. Oduduwa is different from Arewa, Fulani Janjaweed. Fulani Janjaweed is even different from those in the Middle Belt. We are not together, we are not one people. That is why a white man can come in and tell us, after what we have seen with our 2 naked eyes, telling us that what we now saw is different. What you saw at Lekki Tollgate is not the truth. The white man has spoken. I weep for we black people, and I weep for Africa, because the problem is that it's like a black man enjoys suffering. A black man loves to be subjugated. It's like a black man loves to be a slave. A black man, I don't know what it seems to me that if our existence is not validated by a white man, we shouldn't exist at all. Lies by U.S. State Department Africa desk. A second body was found somewhere outside Lagos that had bullet wounds. I'm reading you the report itself. The government acknowledged, according to the United States government, acknowledged that soldiers armed with live ammunition were present at Lekki tollgate. Now, who shot those people that Amnesty said died? Let's say 10, for instance. It's still not the army. At year's end, the Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry and Restitution continued to hear testimony and investigate the shooting at Lekki tollgate. That's the end of that's it. End of story. And let me tell you how evil these people are. I want to tell you how evil the Africa desk at US State Department. I want to tell you that these people are demonic. They are demonic. They are possessed by loose. They are demonic. Satan is working with them. There's another section called disappearance. I'll read the report for you as well. In August 2019, to mark the International Day of Disappeared, Amnesty International issued a statement calling on the government to release immediately hundreds of persons who had been subjected to enforced disappearance and held in secret detention facilities across the country without charge or trial. They are talking about Biafrans airlifted from Obibo, but they cannot say it. Because if they say these are Biafrans airlifted from Obibo being held in secret detention facilities, the world will ask questions regarding Biafra. So they never mentioned any names. Are you following? Now, they just gave only one paragraph to this. What the Nigerian Army, Police, DSS are doing. This is from America. Only one paragraph. Now, they now proceeded to say, criminal groups, this is America, criminal groups abducted civilians in the Niger Delta. They never mentioned the North. They never mentioned Fulani bandits kidnapping every day. Every day, the first place they jumped was Niger Delta, which is Biafra land. They cannot say Biafra, so they say Niger Delta, because the idiots that call themselves Niger Delta don't understand the divide and rule mentality that these people are using to cage them in their ignorance. That is why Ogoni has not been cleaned. Nobody can ask, why is it that Ogoni land has not been cleaned after all these years? They fail to understand one simple fact. If you allow yourselves to be divided, it makes it easier for your enemies to conquer you. If you're a conquered people, why would they clean Ogoni land if you're a conquered people? Now listen, the one paragraph to what Nigeria is doing, kidnapping, locking up people and executing people extrajudicially. Now they say criminal groups. They never refer to Nigeria as a criminal group of kidnapping people. No, not at all. Once you're kidnapped by the Nigerian state, you are a victim. You are gone. America will not look for you. It's even Britain as encouraged. United Kingdom are the ones encouraging the Nigerian government to do it, to put fear in people so you cannot fight for your right. Now listen, they said criminal groups abducted civilians in Niger Delta, the Southeast. Have you heard them now? And the Northwest. What Fulani bandits are doing in the Middle Belt, in Benue and Plateau, America did not mention it all. I want you to remember again what I told you before about the $30 billion war chest El Rufai and his team they have at their disposal to bribe anybody bribable in the world. Let's say you are Biden. Are you going to say no to a $1 billion bribe from Nigeria? The answer is no, you will take it. You will take it. I don't care who you are, you will take it. That's what they do. Do you know America said that people in the Southeast are kidnapping people and abducting them for ransom? I want the US ambassador to tell me the day that any group from the East, I mean Biafra land, kidnapped anybody and said pay us ransom. Where? What date? They don't have any. But we are here. They said we are bandits. This is how they lie. And this report, because it was written by white people, you know, they see we black people as liars, and so sometimes with some justification, of course. Because this report was written by white people, it is gospel. You understand? Nobody can question it. It's by whites now. You're a nigger, you're black. Who's going to listen to you? Nobody. After all, as their warped reasoning convinces them, you're black because God hates you. That's why you're black. That is why every other race can climb on top of you and do whatever they want to do, because you're black. And moreover, you hate yourselves anyway, and you cannot reason or think properly. America is now saying Niger Delta, Southeast, which is Biafra land, and the Northwest, not Northeast, where the rage, where Fulani banditry is in abundance, often to collect ransom payments. And I want to ask the US ambassador, when did you hear that anybody collected ransom in the Southeast? Or South for that matter? When, where, when in the last year? This is your yearly report. When? But you have put us here. So when diplomats are reading this all over the world, they say, oh, there are bandits. Also, Igbos are bandits as well. Now, are you following me? Now, do you understand the game they're playing? You have to be intelligent to understand how these people play this game. Some of you may see it as just a report. It's just a report by a State Department, and you dismiss it. We are not dismissing it. We are taking it very seriously, because we have no criminal groups in the East. None whatsoever. And nobody collected any ransom. None whatsoever. He said, and now, listen carefully, they said, now, for example, they now want to give example. America wants to give you an example of these criminal groups they're talking about in Niger Delta, in the Southeast. For example, they now gave an example with what is happening in Katsina State. Not in the Southeast. There is no example here of any kidnapping for ransom anywhere in the South, so-called, or Southeast. None. The example they gave was from the North. And now they came back and they said that Nigerian pirates, listen, they said before there was criminality. And mind that pirates operate in the sea, not on land. But when they were talking about criminal groups, they said that these criminal groups were based on the ground. Now, when they want to give us an example as to what these criminal groups may have done, they gave us an example with piracy in the sea. And piracy is being done by Fulani people in Nigerian Navy. They're the ones doing the piracy. These are Janjaweed, this Fulani is naval, the zoo naval officers, the criminal elements amongst them who are doing piracy. Not any Biafran. But of course, US wrote it down. They said other parts of the country also experienced a significant number of abductions. Prominent and wealthy figures were often targets of abductions, as well as religious leaders, regional government leaders, police officers, and all the rest of them. They gave us another example. The Emir of Potiskum, Alajumari Bubaram, and his convoy were attacked. They did not give us an example. This was last year of anything that happened in Biafra land, but they criminalized all of us. That's how they roll. Now you understand it? So when you go and you're saying to diplomats all over the world that these are what Fulani people are doing to us, killing us every day, they'll say, oh no, but you people are also criminals. America said so. It's called equalization. So from being on the offensive, you now become defensive. Now you can now see how United States Africa desk is trying to justify Fulani banditry in Biafra land. Because if you're chasing them, all of you are criminals. But we should fold our hands and allow them to attack us as they have done repeatedly, both in Ebonyi and also in Enugu State. That was why Sahara reporters of all people said that Nigerian army currently engaging ESN operatives in gun battle in Nsukka. And I have said this thing to Yoruba journalists all the time. You people are the cause of the suffering of all our peoples today. All ethnic nationalities, the journalists you have in Nigeria, you people are the problem. You people like the United States Africa desk inside the State Department, you people are making it a lot more easier for our conquerors to come in to conquer us. ESN is not in any battle with Nigerian army in and around Nsukka. No. We are battling Fulani terrorists. Now the Nigerian army came and joined them because that was their plan from ab initio to come to take over our land. Do you understand? They gave military uniforms to Fulani terrorists. They are not army personnel. They are terrorists. I don't know why some reporters will say that this is of Nigerian army currently engaging ESN. No, not at all. ESN is engaging Fulani terrorists that have come to rape, to kill, to pillage, to take over our land, and we have said no to that. They are the ones we are battling. Nigerian army now joined them, or should I say, gave them army uniforms, gave them weapons to be fighting indigenous people. America will not report this. Now, if America will not report it, we force them to report it. Let me tell you one thing that you do not know. When ANC was fighting for liberation of the black people in South Africa, they were called all sorts of names. Successive US governments put ANC on the terrorist watch list. Margaret Thatcher was insistent that she would not speak to Nelson Mandela, that Nelson Mandela is a terrorist, or was a terrorist then. Did it stop South Africans from becoming free? Do you know one thing? Because they knew what they wanted. They were very tenacious. They were insistent. And to their credit, they engaged white people, especially in the UK, to fight their cause for them. It wasn't black South Africans or black people in the UK that fought to collapse apartheid. No, white English men and women, white Scottish men and women, white Welsh people, white Irish people came out and said evil is evil. And apartheid fell. That is the mode, that is the mindset we must have at all times. We must engage local people, local populations to help us fight this invisible enemy. That invisible enemy are neo-colonialists, those in State Department, those at Whitehall in England, in London, using black people in Africa to present a narrative that will help in perpetuity hold us down in slavery. They are using black people to do this very work, this very dirty work. This is something you must understand and be able to rise above. I am now telling Sahara reporters and the publisher and whoever is there writing this junk, you people are aiding and abating the excesses of the Nigerian security forces. Let me also remind them, my Yoruba brethren, no, they are journalists. It is this type of journalism that made it possible for Fulani to take over your land. Not only take a lot from you, they took a lot from you. That's number one. Now they have sent some of you into exile in Benin Republic. It is this type of reportage, this type of journalism, junk gutter journalism. You never knew that Fulani were there terrorizing our people in Nsukka. All these years, you never reported that. They went to Ebonyi, killed us, ran to Nsukka, because we said we'll find them. We have found them and we're engaging them. And Nigerian army have come to support them. The same way, that is how your own village, maybe somewhere around Ogbomoso, will be taken over by them. You know the funniest thing? Shame won't even allow you to report it. That's why I said to Yoruba journalists, you say, the more you write all this, your junk in support of Fulani Janjaweedism, the day they attack you, shame won't allow. That is why there are Yoruba people in Benin Republic as refugees, but you cannot write about it because you are ashamed of yourselves. These are the things you need to understand. And as I have said before, and I'll continue to say, black people should stop allowing themselves to be used by white people to work against their own collective national interest or survival as a people. Any day we realize this, we would have survived it. Now is the time for uprising. America will not save you. Britain will instead, they will join your oppressors to kill all of you. We must rise up, and the time is now. They said troops of the Nigerian army are currently battling gunmen suspected to be, we are not gunmen. We are Eastern Security Network securing our land against Fulani Janjaweedism, or should I say, Janjaweed tendencies. The Nigerian army have joined them. That is why anywhere you have Fulani terrorist camp, nearby is a military barrack. Across the entire length and breadth of Biafra land. Anywhere you have the Nigerian army, nearby is a Fulani terrorist camp. And these are people they told us are from Niger, they're from Senegal, they're from Gambia, they're from Chad, they're from Niger. They're not Nigerians, mind you. That's what they told us in the beginning. I don't know where our brain goes to sometimes. I have no idea what happened. Hey, Lord have mercy. I have never seen a more idiotic race. I have never seen. How can you, will a white man allow himself to be used against his own country? Black people, why can't you reason? Why are you allowing yourselves to be used? Is it because there is something demonic inside you? Is it, what is it about you people? What is it about you people that you can never ever understand? What is wrong with you people? I ask. What is wrong with you people? Blacks, what is wrong with you? They can never reason very well. May Lord have mercy upon you. So those of them writing and saying ESN is battling the army joined them, and we need to battle them. You're joining terrorists to come and kill our people in and around Nsukka, in fact, Enugu and Ebonyi. And you want us to keep quiet? You must be dreaming. You must be joking. So we can go on exile to maybe to Ambazonia and become refugees inside Ambazonia. Is that what you want? As Yorubas are now refugees in Benin Republic. Yoruba journalists, have you seen what you've done to yourself? Out of shame, you cannot report what is happening to your people, what the Fulanis are doing. Out of shame. And it's like a virus. The more you ignore it, the more it's eating inside you. The day they come out in the open, Yoruba land is gone. That is why I support every frontline Oduduwa activist. I support them with everything that I have. I will support them. They are the ones that have realized that you people are in trouble. But an average, corrupt, idiotic Yoruba journalist have still not realized what is happening. They don't know. The Ibagani Adams of this world and the Uhos of this world, they have come to realize what is going on. But your average Yoruba journalist is still living in a fool's paradise. In a fool's paradise. That's something you must understand. So I want to correct this stupid thinking that we are battling the army. No, we are battling terrorists. If they're in Nigerian military uniform, if they're in front of us, ESN will battle them. ESN will battle them. All that time they were saying, oh, don't form Amoteku. Amoteku is bad. Yeah, our country, our unity, our unity. They were busy planting Fulani terrorists in Yoruba forests. You don't know that? Has it not come out now in the open? By the time they realized it was too late. Now Amoteku is incapacitated. That's idiot weak. He's saying he's forming a group to defend him. And he went to Nigerian police, the same people who are terrorizing and killing us, aiding and abetting Fulani Janjaweedism are the people that he engaged to defend him. 400 people, only 400. C41, he's a C4I, he's a stupidity is a disease. You heard Omahi crying. Saying, I loved you, I did everything for you. I was even against my people because of you. Now you have come to kill me. This is Fulani. And as I tweeted, the same thing Afonja said. I want Yoruba journalists to go back to history. Read about Afonja. The same idiocy, the same nonsense, the same garbage you're doing today because Tinubu wants to be president. The same thing Afonja did, and you lost a Lauren. You are not ashamed of yourselves. If that cannot shame you, nothing on earth will shame you. You have no shame. We are not fighting anybody. We must fight this scourge called Nigeria. We must fight back with all that we have. Nobody is going to save us but ourselves. I'm telling you, nobody. America is gone. America is now a nation without conscience. That very grace that God gave to USA, they are misusing it. And they will take it from them and give it to China. Are you hearing me? Very soon, USA will no longer be the greatest country on the face of this very earth, because they have now firmly aligned themselves with the forces of darkness. That purpose for which God made the USA, they're no longer serving it. They are serving the interest of darkness and evil. And you see what God will do to them. You'll take it away from them, unless they repent. Unless they repent. You are telling me in this day and age, America is absorbing what is in essence a dictatorship. They are absorbing the murderous tendencies of these scavenging invaders from the Sahel because of oil and gas. Oh dear. Lord have mercy. We are confronting Fulani terrorists from the Sahel and all their sympathizers in the army, police, and the navy with the help of the British. We must face them. And as I pray every day to Elohim, we're in your hands, we are your children, you created us. Ihechiowa is in the land of Biafra, the land where the light of God shines. That's the meaning of the word Ihechiowa in Arochukwu. Ihechiowa, the land where the light of God is shining. Anything you like, you can do with us. You Elohim, anything you like, you can. If you say that Janjaweed will take us over, they will take us over. You are God. Anything you like, you do with us. And I never knew who I was before I was born, or I gained consciousness maybe around the age of 4 or 5. I was aware of my surroundings. You are God. You made us. Anything you like, you do with us. But you're telling us that you created us so that we can become slaves to people who are now slaves to other people. Hi. Second-tier slavery. No, it's not good. That is why you must come to the rescue of your children. That is why you must infuse into our brains, into our being, a level of consciousness that will allow us to realize the danger that we are in and hurry up to extricate ourselves from it. We are surrounded by enemies. Not just Biafrans. Yorubas are also, they're also surrounded. Middle Belt is gone. Middle Belt was the one Nigeria. Are they not gone? They are gone. They are renaming towns inside Benue. They are renaming towns. They have taken over the whole of Plateau. They are now in Benue renaming towns after Fulani. And all of you are there shouting, one Nigeria, our country Nigeria, our unity, our restructuring. Whilst they are eating deeply inside you, like a very dangerous disease. By the time they come to the fore, you become disemboweled. I'm telling you, they will cut you open. They will rip you apart. That is what's happening in the zoo. The sooner Nigeria ends, the better for everybody. You need to end Nigeria to make life better. Look at how what they have done in the army. You see how clever they are. Even the governors you have, they are the ones that put them in power. Everybody that you have, you call your political leader or Igwe or Oba, they are the ones that put the person in power. You now report to Fulani, Fulani will report to United Kingdom. You are a second-tier slave, not even number one. Fulani is number one slave. They know how foolish, how frivolous, how idiotic the Fulanis are. They are the ones to be used because they know that the Fulanis hate their own fellow black people in Africa. They know that very well. They did their research. These are intelligent people. We must be prepared to die for what we believe in, for freedom. If you're not prepared to die for freedom, freedom will never come. It can never, ever come. It's a very expensive undertaking. Ask Americans, the original Americans, they were not these fake ones you have now. After Obama became the president, I knew that America would become irredeemably corrupt. America went to the dogs after the presidency of Obama, and it can never recover again. Because Obama is evil. Evil personified. I'm saying it live on that the whole world may hear. Obama is evil, and America will regret it from generation to generation to come. Now, I want to make this very clear to everybody listening. We are defending our land. We are defending our land against foreign bandits, foreign Fulani killers and murderers. If the army decides to join them, that's entirely their business. Some people are asking us, you know, those idiots, they used to ask us, where is their defense fund? Where is this? Where is that? Go to Nsoka, to the front line. You will see it in action. You're asking us all these stupid questions. You think we are as foolish as you are. Do you know that your Fulani friends came to Ebonyi State and killed over 20 people and ran to Nsoka? We pursued them all the way to Nsoka and we're engaging them. And you're just writing and yapping the rubbish because you are a fool. A third-tier slave you are. Third-tier slave. And in Saudi Arabia, the Nigerian government they're helping Niger Republic people. They build railway for them. They do everything because the dead Buhari is from Niger Republic, in whose name they are ruling you. Come out and say that Buhari is dead. None of you. No. God forbid you people. You know, now I now know the reason why. Was it Jesus that said in the Bible, from those who do not have, they will take and give to those that have. You know, black people will have nothing, at least mentally, but they're taking from us and giving to white people. You understand it? Because our foolishness is beyond redemption. They're helping Niger. You see, it's in the news. Evacuation in Nigeria consulate. They are processing the one for Niger citizens first before their own people. And what's happening to this? They are slaves. They are housemaid. They are slaves in Arabia. Voluntary slavery. Black people without shame. We know we have no shame. That's why things are the way they are with us. And those of them saying, count us out of secessionism. We are indigenous people, we are aborigines. That's what they said to Yoruba. Now they are refugees in the Republic. You know, you people are fools. You know, you can't reason very well. That's what they will say. Oh, we are on our own. We want to be on our own. Whereas Sokoto Caliphate, they claim are together with Hausa. All these dancing naked in public that you people are doing, are they doing it? They said, we are from Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom and Cross River, Black. Coastal Aborigines say they are not in support of agitation for secession. And I keep asking them, people talk this nonsense, idiotic white people talk this rubbish about secession. Nigeria became a country in 1960. People were born in 1950, 1940s, 1930s. How can they secede from something that they're older than? I don't know where our mentality, God forbid, what is wrong with the brain of a black man? How can I secede? I am older than something you're telling me to say I'm seceding from. My father, my mother, my grandparents, all my uncles, they're older than Nigeria. Nigeria is only older than me by only 7 years. I am older than my people, my uncles are older than Nigeria. How can they secede from something that they're older than? So who were they before this secession rubbish came into being in 1960? Do you see how you people denigrate yourselves? Do you see how you insult yourselves? Do you see how you make a mockery of your education? Secessionist. Seceding from what? Something a white man created for his own amusement. How about my grandparents? How about my ancestors? Where are they from? I ask you. I ask you, where are my ancestors from? I am seceding from something that was formed only in 1960. The entire cabinet of Nigeria is older than Nigeria. Who were they before Nigeria was formed in 1960? I'm asking you, talking about secession. I am asking a simple question. Can you answer it? You cannot answer because you're black, you're stupid, you're idiotic, you have no brain. You cannot answer it. Can you? How can I secede from something that was born in 1960? God have mercy upon your ignorant souls, you black people. You are a shame, you're a disgrace to even your own selves. Secession. Seceding from what? I'm asking you. Something a white man created, and you're not even ashamed of yourself to use the word secession. Mad people everywhere. Black. That's how they deceive you. The day they come to take your land, you'll be crying like a little baby. The history of Hausa people are there to remind you how not to treat the Fulani. The history of the Wagi people is there. The history of Nupe people is there. The history of the Bachama people, they are there for you to see, to learn from. You have history that you may learn. The history of Afonja in Yoruba land is there for you to learn how the Fulanis behave. But idiotically, you will never understand because you're black and you're useless. You are created by a white man. Nigeria is a product, is a racist product of a white man. You idiots, understand it for once. I have a few announcements to make. Some people are saying, before the announcement, some people say, Tinubu went to the north. I said, Yoruba and Fulani, they are one. We are one people. Somebody said the same thing a while ago, and the Lordin is gone. Kwara is gone. They've taken it, yet you cannot reason. You cannot think. Yoruba and the Fulani, they are one. If Yoruba and Fulani are one people, why did they not allow Awolowo to become the Prime Minister of Nigeria or the President of Nigeria? If they are one people. If they are one people, why did they not allow Abiola, who was even a very close friend of all of them? He was also a Muslim like yourself. Why did they not allow Abiola to emerge? They only allow the fool they feel comfortable with to emerge, like Obasanjo. Did Obasanjo vote for Awolowo? Why is it that I will never speak to Obasanjo until his death? Because Obasanjo voted for MPN. Obasanjo is a complete Fulani slave. He only found his courage a few days ago. He's a slave of theirs, and he knows it. And maybe Tinubu wants to outdo him so they can give him the presidency. Stupid idiots everywhere. He said he went there because they are one, and they must remain one because they are in-laws. Your son is married to our daughter. And I want to ask them, Oshomole, the wife of Oshomole is from Cape Verde. Is that not correct? Oshomole is a beautiful wife. From Oshomole, the monkey of Edo, is from Cape Verde. Now, is Oshomole going to say, because I'm married from Cape Verde Islands, let us be one country with Nigeria? Or Cape Verde should be a part of Nigeria? Do you see how they reason? What is it that the Yorubas have in common with the Fulani? Absolutely nothing. You're not even the stupid religion, because the Yoruba Muslim is more urbane, more sophisticated, more learned than the stupid Janjaweed idiot from the Sahel. You have nothing in common, but because you want power and access to oil. It reminds me of Apapa Wharf and Tinkan Island. I remember when I will say, you know me, I speak the truth. I remember when some Yoruba people, out of spite against the Igbos and Biafra at large, they did a deal with the Fulanis. The only way we can allow, with Babangida actually, the only way we can allow the capital to move from Lagos to Abuja is if you say that every major freight coming into Nigeria must come through Lagos, so we can make money. Babangida agreed. They had a deal. They moved the capital to Abuja, and then said that only Lagos seaports, the Tinkan and Apapa, will handle all commercial shipping into Nigeria. Today, there is gridlock. Today, they are choking. Today, they are begging. But you will not have one Yoruba man come out and say, open Warri Seaport, open One, open Iguacha, open Calabar. Never. They will never say it. But Apapa is choking. Every day is choking. Goods are being destroyed. The economy is losing a lot of money. I want the world to understand how these people reason. I speak the truth always. It doesn't matter who you are. As I've told the U.S. State Department, their Africa desk, they are more corrupt than Mobutu Sese Seko. They are white people, but they are as corrupt as Lucifer himself. In America, I will tell you the truth. You may not like it, but that is your business. Eventually, you will come out and say, oh, what you're saying is correct. Tell me why America will issue such a wishy-washy report if their ambassador in Abuja is not corrupt. Just tell me why. And do you think the way to fight oppression is by saying, oh, don't say anything, oh, don't get them angry? Is that how to fight them? You meet it head on. You meet oppression head on, that it may flee. You shine light upon it that it may flee. So let's go and bring Cape Verde, where Oshomole's wife is from. Let's go and bring let them be part of Nigeria because they are our in-laws. See how foolish these idiots are. Fulani is married to Yoruba, and so bloody what? And so what? They are married to you, yet they put you in refugee camps in Benin Republic. They are married to you, they're occupying your forests. They are married to you. Useless people everywhere. From the same man, he will come out tomorrow and tell them, vote for me. I want the president of Nigeria. Your daughter is 60 years old. You are 69. You had your daughter when you were 9 years old. Yes? People, you know, black people, you astonish me. You know that in any other part of the world, having falsified his age, Tinubu should not be seen in public again forever until the idiot dies and is buried. But only in Africa. After lying about his age, some of you will be carrying it. He is 69. He is 69. But the daughter is 60 years old. I want, let me forget you. You people, you make mistake. I just want to remind you of one thing. The first person to recognize that Nigeria should break up was a Yoruba man. I tweeted it. His name is Modiyu Adeniyi Oshinowo. 27 and he was killed by Fulani. Of course, he was killed. I want Yoruba journalists to understand what I'm telling them today. Of course, you are black, so that the evil nature of a black man will not leave you. That part that wants to betray, you want to serve another god, that thing in us. We love foreigners, we want to serve them, we want to bow before them. Once you're white, you are God. Or even if they bring the picture of a dead actor, the actor telling you, I'm not Jesus, you say, of course you're Jesus, I'll bow before you. After all, you're white. That mentality in being useless black people. That is afflicting some journalists. I want Yoruba journalists to understand this morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. The first man to call for the division of Nigeria was a Yoruba man, Mr. Modiyu Adeniyi Oshinowo. Why? He said, if Pakistan can break away from India, if they can disgrace Awolowo the way they did, sooner or later they will be defecating on our heads. They will be using our head as a WC, as toilet. This man said this thing in 1960, as you were celebrating your useless flag independence. A Yoruba man, a visionary, Modiyu Adeniyi Oshinowo said, if we allow this nonsense to continue, they will come into our land and they will take it. And it's happening to you today. And Yoruba journalists is that prescribed IPOB, prescribed our nation, our country. Zoological Republic of Nigeria, a Yoruba man. Let me use your term, secessionist. The foremost secessionist in Nigeria is a Yoruba man, Mr. Modiyu Adeniyi Oshinowo. I tweeted it. Go to my Twitter, you will see it there. Because you don't know history, you have no regard for knowledge and education. But here we educate you, we enlighten you. We bring to your understanding things that you would rather not know about. You run away from it, we bring it to your attention. Pakistan was with India, Bangladesh, all of them. Very soon, Kashmir will be free. We are not one people. Why don't you get into your skull? Britain had all of them together as one country, as one India. They said, no, we are not together. They said to the white man, with due respect, we are not the same people. Hindus are different from Muslims. Pakistan is not the same as India. They left. Bangladesh left. Everybody on their own. And that is, of course, relative peace and quiet. You bring some vandals, some blood-sucking demons from the Sahel. You bring people who believe in monarchy, in bowing down before somebody. You bring Republicans from the East. You join them together as one country. Why don't you go bring Saudi Arabia and bring them into the United Kingdom and sell it to be one country? You see if you have peace in one day in your life. All of you read the Bible, you don't know anything from it. You read the Quran, you learn nothing from it. Funny enough, the Torah is also the Quran and also the Christian Bible. The same story everywhere. You are in the Quran, you claim you are Al-Majri, you claim you are Janjaweed, you are in Islam, you go to Mecca, you come back. But in the same book you're reading, Abraham called the nephew Lot and said, if we continue to stay together, your cattle is expanding, mine is expanding, your household, one day there'll be a clash. They said we're not having a clash between Fulani bandits and Eastern Security Network. Don't you have the Bible? Don't you open your Bible? All of you claim you're religious, isn't it? Those of you claiming one Nigeria, let's say they're seceding. I want you to please go and open your Bible. As foolish as you are, open your Bible, open your Quran this morning. In the zoo. Open it. Abraham was related to Lot by blood. By blood. I said by blood. At the time, Abraham said to Lot, his own flesh and blood, if we continue to stay this way, your headsmen will clash with mine, and there'll be trouble and bad blood between us. In order to avoid it, please, you are my own brother, my own flesh and my own blood. Let me divide this land into two. You, first of all, take one, and I will take the other one. That peace may reign. It's in your Quran, isn't it? But you want one Nigeria. Can Nigeria really contain all of us? The answer is no, because Nigeria was created by Satanists, a demonic white man and a deranged, a drunkard, a deranged white woman. You will never learn, will you? Here we preach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may not like it, but eventually you come to appreciate it. And I want to warn that Eastern Security Network do not issue any telephone threats to anybody. We don't threaten anybody. Our job is to defend our land, not to threaten anybody. If you have received any calls from a few pranksters, maybe it's April Fool, talking rubbish on the phone to you, please ignore them. It is not Eastern Security Network. We are the most disciplined, standing defense force we have in the whole of Africa. Disciplined to the core. Disciplined to the core. Our job is to repel the invaders into our land. Nothing more, nothing less. This US report reminds me of what the UK did. They profile you for destruction. The same way they profiled Biafrans, they caused the coup, that the reason why Nigeria is not going forward, so that they may slaughter us. The same thing they're doing to them, saying that there is banditry in the southeast. When they fail to say it's the Fulani people coming to kill us and funding ourselves. I want to make a very special announcement, please. Please, 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 please. All those raising funds for ESN must remit such, because we are fighting. You can see we are fighting on multiple fronts every blessed day, defending our land. We need it. We need support and help every blessed day. Any bullet we discharge doesn't come back. We have to buy another one to replace it. It's common sense. You know, we are black people. I need to explain this so we can understand. We buy bullets to defend our land. We buy guns and everything. Any bullet you fire, that bullet doesn't come back again. You need to buy another one. Just to have that in mind. If you have raised funds for ESN, you must remit it, please. Or else I'll announce your name on air. And I don't want to do that. Once you have raised funds, please try and remit it to us. And you must not raise funds unless you are permitted or authorized to do so. And I also want to announce this very morning, we have a UK national coordinator. Her name is Mercy Slater. She will be assisted by her husband, Mike Slater. Our UK national coordinator is Mercy Slater. And Mike, two of them, should I say, our sister will run our family in the UK. And when she comes to you, you must give her your fullest attention if you're a principal officer in the UK. We are a disciplined organization. If you're not prepared to take orders, you resign. We will gladly accept your resignation. You must listen to her. She is now the one in charge. I presided over a meeting, a handover meeting between herself and Dr. Lois Okachi, and that went smoothly. That went very well. She is now in possession of IPOB UK family, one of the strongest in the world. Before, where they went wrong, I have no idea. But I do hope that with the help and grace of God Almighty in heaven, Mercy and Mike Slater will do a very wonderful job to make sure that the British government understand that we want to leave the contraption that they created called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. Very important announcement, please. Very important announcement. And the police are always fond of parading people. They go, they arrest people, they parade them. They arrest, they parade. They arrest, they parade, softening our land for the invasion that is to come from Fulani Janjaweed. And I want to warn every governor, every person, every idiot in the East, that thing you're looking for, you will get it. All these people you are arresting, you must release all of them. All of them must be released. That thing you're asking for, you're going to get it. You will get it. Now, let me tell you something. Nigeria doesn't have the army to fight on 4 fronts. That is a fact. That is why Tinubu is begging them to recruit, 50,000 or 50 million people to go and join the army. If it is before, they would have sent, they would have announced operation, whatever rubbish, and marched down to the East. They can no longer come. Because as I told them, once they move the bulk of the army from Bauchi, and from Kaduna into the South, every vagabond will take over every space you have in the North. They will have no home to go back to once they're defeated. You must understand this very clearly. That is why everybody must rise up now. There is no army in Nigeria. Stop being afraid. It is the journalists that is making you people afraid. The journalists in the zoo that are the ones making you afraid. And thankfully, their land has been taken over as well. Yoruba journalists, they are the ones instilling fear and cowardice in people. They need to be very, very brave, that we may all be free from the ravages and the excesses of Fulani Janjaweedism. Keep parading. One day we'll parade you. Keep parading. Something happens, you go to the village, any young person you see, you arrest and you take to Abuja. You arrest and you take to Abuja. I know Britain is assuring you nothing will happen. You know, you can see the report from the USA. The world, they will suppress the news, the world will not know. We will call them the criminals themselves. That's what they are doing. And you think you will succeed? What is behind us is greater than all of you. And you will soon find out. One thing, I don't care what others are doing, that's their business. If they want to be slaves to Fulani, bye-bye to you. Because you see the land of Biafra, we are going to be free. And there's nothing any idiot can do about it. It doesn't matter how many armies you assemble against us, we are going to be free. And with that, we are now going to open our lines very, very briefly this very morning to take your calls. And as always, these calls will come via signal, please. As I've told you, I don't want our commanders on the ground to use a direct phone. I've told you this before. If you use a direct phone, they will track you, they will trace you, they will get you. I don't want you to use a direct phone line. Let people call you on signal, and that signal line cannot be the data line you're using. That's what they brought in me. If you don't know, let me tell you. I have a caller on the line. Can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please.
Yes, Mazi. Good morning, Mazi.
Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you are.
Yeah, this is Jim Dike from Kanu, Texas.
From Texas, please raise your voice for us. A lot of people are listening. Raise your voice for us, please. Go on.
Mazi, can you hear me better?
I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. We can experience, we see what is going on, and we know the outpour of emotion from all these things that are happening. I also want to lend my voice to what you have said this morning. Having listened to all this, to our, my fellow Biafrans and all of us that are fighting this cause, to not feel discouraged. And our Dudua brothers, sometimes we feel like they're with us. Other times, personally, I feel like things are not, coming on along the way that we expected from them. But with this report from the US, it is already evident that we have to fight as a people and not bother about whoever we feel is supporting us and whether they are with us all the way or whether they're not. So, Mazi, supporting ESN is a duty that we all have to do. We all have to continue to provide our support and make sure that we do it to the point that we achieve the freedom that we have all waited so long for. I wanted to ask again, Mazi, please, is it possible that we can all, the IPOB and every Biafran in the US, petition our whoever we can, to get this message across to them that what this report that they passed is not what the situation is, with all the evidences that we have in hand, to support this march towards freedom. And as well, when the 1 million man march that we have already, put a message across to the Washington happens, it will be much easier for us to communicate to the US that this report and everything that is coming out from the zoo is all stage managed just to bring down the struggle of people that have so yearned for freedom. So that's as a question and as well a suggestion.
Let me come in here. It's something that we expect all of you in America to do, because in America they respect votes. They respect votes a lot. We are many in America. Biafrans, we are close to 1 million people in America, if not more. If you add Oduduwa to it, we are pursuing 2 million people in America. We must go all out in force to let the legislators in America know, the lawmakers, there are good ones amongst them, to let them know that this wishy-washy report from the State Department is a lie. We call it a lie. America should send an independent fact-finding mission to Nigeria. We must make them understand that the ambassador is a corrupt woman. In Abuja, she is corrupt. We must be blunt and bold to tell them that the State Department Africa desk is not fit for purpose. It's not fit for purpose. They are liars and they're deceivers. And they're deceiving American people. That is how we bring to the fore the issues bedeviling the zoo called Nigeria. Because Britain is very clever, very, very clever. They know how to do this. Very, very clever people. They will go and use the status of their special relationship with America to twist every narrative. That's what they do. Look at them saying that there is a ransom taking in the Southeast when it's a lie. They did not cite one example. So we must go all out, and we're going to speak to our lawyers. They will prepare a dossier of the facts happening on the ground. Each and every Biafran, if you're in IPOB, if you're not, every Oduduwa, if you're Oduduwa Republic or not, you must submit that report to your parliamentarian, wherever you are in America. Tell them that the State Department report is a lie. Call them liars to their faces. That's what we're going to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi. Mazi, one more question, please. Are we still in on the plan with for the 1 million man march this year?
It depends on, COVID is the ruler of the world now. So the devil behind COVID will determine. COVID is everywhere. You have to stay 2 meters apart. You have to take the only vaccine in the world. You take one, after 28 days, you take another one. Even when we are small and we're being inoculated, there's only one vaccine you take. This one is now 2. You take one in the morning. Now, after 28 days, you take another one. Even at that, you're still wearing a mask. The whole thing is a complete mess. So we wait for COVID to decide. COVID is the one that decides what happens these days. So we are waiting for COVID to tell us exactly when our 1 million man march is going to be in the USA. We must have it.